In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby Week at the World's Marketplace.
Camarero.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Today is Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Day, Grade 1 feature today. We've got 11 races, and we've got chilly conditions yet again. I was given some misinformation. I was told it's supposed to be like 10 degrees warmer today.
It feels colder today. I'm not complaining, but it does feel colder. I brought out the fur.
You do. You're ready to roll. You got about, how many, like 6 layers on?
I have 4, officially.
4?
Yes.
4 layers.
I have 2 coats on and a vest.
Here's a pro tip for you. The crazy thing is yesterday, I'm sure it'll be the case, on the paddock side, it's like 10 degrees colder. Go to the front side, that's going to be some prime real estate because the wind doesn't whip through there. So it was much warmer there yesterday afternoon, and it warmed up over the course of the day, and we had some sun peeking through. We'll get to the weather in just a bit. But yesterday, opening day, we'll talk about in a moment. We got 5 graded stakes races today. How about that for this Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday?
Incredible. We saw the Phillies put on a show yesterday. Big upset. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But now it's on to the Colts in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. But we also have the Shakertown, the Grade 1 Madison, the Appalachian. I had it right the first time. And the Commonwealth. And that's the lineup of stakes races. And, they're tough. It's a tough sequence if you're playing that all-stakes pick 4.
We got a carryover, too, due in large part to Determined Purpose. I think I mispronounced your name in the post-race interview. It's been haunting me since then. But Determined Purpose winning the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and because of that, not just because of that, but those are the reasons, that's the carryover. Pick 6 carryover, over $53,000 starts in race number 6 today here on Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday. Let's take a look back at yesterday. Let's start with race number 4. This was a really impressive performance for Team Valor International and Hurricane Dream. Graham Motion, Frankie Dettori, this horse dashed away from him. And, of course, Frankie's going to fly when he visits the winner's circle.
Yeah, the flying dismount. Everybody was waiting for it, had their cameras out, and caught it there. And also Corona Bolt for Stone Street and trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux getting up for the victory. This horse was super impressive yesterday. He just looks like an absolute tank. I think a big year for him in the future in the sprint division.
No question about it. How about Mo Stash? Made the lead, kept going. Saez got him to relax out on the front end, and the Keeneland grad scores in yesterday's Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. Congratulations to Big Blue Nation Racing. They've had quite a run over the years. Concrete Rose immediately comes to mind, and finding success at the Keeneland sales ring with Mo Stash once again, and there's Defining Purpose, springing the 20-1 upset in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Brian Hernandez Jr. getting her over. And how about this? That's why you've got to stick around at the sales. For those of you that shop at the Keeneland sales, I don't care if it's September, November, January, you got to stick around for those later sessions because you can find horses like that. Now a Grade 1 winner, Defining Purpose.
Not only with the Phillies, but think about Forte and his sales price. Think about Angel of Empire and his sales price. I mean, you can go to this sale and you can buy, around $100,000 or less. You can buy horses that could potentially get you in the starting gate at the Derby or the Oaks.
Let's check the weather. WKYT's got it.
Meteorologist Jason Lindsay with WKYT with a Keeneland Spring Meet forecast update. If you're heading out to the event today, here's what you can expect. A mix of some sun and clouds, more clouds, especially in the morning, more sunshine in the evening, 62 degrees. I hope you and the family have a fantastic Saturday.
I'll take 62
I'll
all day
believe it
long.
when I see it.
62, bring it on. Just a quick reminder, we do start a bit earlier today, half an hour earlier, so 12:30 Eastern Time is going to be first post, so we're less than an hour away from that first of 11 races. Let's get to our full card picks for the afternoon. Make sure you've downloaded the Keeneland Race Day app to stay current on all of our picks each and every race day here at Keeneland.
And taking a look at the rundown, it does appear that we agree in the 5th race with Run Classic. We agree in the 6th race with Papilio, and we agree in race 7 on Goodnight Olive. And I think a lot of people will be singling Goodnight Olive in a return to the races today.
I think as they should. I know that some may have the mindset of trying to play against her, but the smaller field, I think, is just respect to how good she is, truthfully. In today's Grade 1 Madison. So those are our full card picks. Again, if you miss any of those, Keeneland Race Day app, download it right now. Give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and follow FanDuel TV on Twitter as well. And more than anything, we know that you're following on social media outlets, FanDuel TV Plus app. Download it right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. For those of you on course,
Do it when you get home. We'll remind you over the course of the meet. It's the best way to take in FanDuel TV as well as FanDuel Racing. And said it yesterday, we're going to be gearing up for Kentucky Derby and that week coverage over at Churchill Downs with a lot on FanDuel TV Plus. So download it right now, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, or when you get home. Featured event, race number 9 of 11, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. And Tappa Trice, morning line favorite, 5-2 off of his win in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby.
He does not get out of the gate very well, and we saw that last time out in the Tampa Bay Derby, and Luis Saez really had to get after him in order to get up for the victory, but he is fast. His Tampa Bay Derby was impressive. His allowance victory at Gulfstream Park was impressive, and when you think about Todd Pletcher and his 3-year-olds, he has Tappa Trice, obviously headlined by Forte, who is the current Kentucky Derby favorite, but he also has Kings Barnes. He has an arsenal of really good 3-year-olds this year.
He also has 3 wins in the Toyota Bluegrass, and that puts him one off of Nick Zito, Nick Zito, Ben Jones, Leroy Jolly, and Woody Stevens. So some significant company there as far as 3-time winners of the Toyota Bluegrass on the training side of things. I respect the horse, but his gate break concerns me. That's going to be the discussion over the course of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass discussions that take place between handicappers and fans at home. I'm going to Mendelssohn's March on the outside. Kenny McPeak sprung the upset in the Central Bank Ashland, and I promise you I had this idea before he did so in the Central Bank Ashland.
He seemed like he was in a very good mood yesterday, even prior to the Ashland. And sometimes you like to do a little trainer handicapping, too.
Well, you speak of the $100,000 price point. They paid $110,000 for him at the Keeneland September sale in 2021. Here's his win in the sloppy conditions at Oaklawn Park. He waited, and watch him spurt through this hole that he has to get through in order to win this race. He beats a horse named El Tomate, who ran a good race against Echo again on the 30th of March at Oaklawn Park. Echo again, a horse of Asmussen's that is a very nice 3-year-old. He was on the Derby Trail for a brief moment down at Fairgrounds. But I think that this outside draw, I think Brian will do much the same what he did with the filly yesterday in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland in today's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. The stamina pedigree's there. He's by Mendelssohn out of a Galileo first dam. He's 20-1 on the morning line. He'll settle somewhere in that region. I like Mendelssohn March. And outside draws, people try to stay away from him. I think this forces them to force the issue from the outside post going 1 1/8 here today in the Bluegrass. Tappa Trice speaks for himself. He's accomplished, but he's got to show something early. I don't think that he can get shuffled back the way that he did in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby. And then the number 10 horse is my third choice. That's Raise Cane. They could have went back to New York and ran in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, but Ben Colebrook opts to stay home. Joel Rosario is going to get the opportunity here today. Hung on his wrong lead. Sometimes I think we overdo that when we look at lead chains and things of that nature in the Grade 3 Gotham, but the way that he ran off from that group was impressive. So I've got him in the third in today's Bluegrass.
All right, this is a pick that could burn me, but I'm going to go for it anyway because I don't learn my lessons from the past. The 8, Blazing Sevens, I'm going to go with him. I just don't think he would be in here if Chad, number 1, didn't see an excuse in his last race in the Fountain of Youth, and if 2, if he didn't have the confidence in this horse. He's in a Grade 1 trying to get Derby points to run in the Kentucky Derby. This is a look back to when he won the Champagne. He was 3rd in the Hopeful, came back, won the Grade 1 Champagne impressively, and then he had a bad trip in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile against Forte, but still ran very well. Last time out in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, he didn't do anything. I mean, he ran horribly, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. What happened to him? I don't know. Why does he find himself back here? And even Chad, if you read some articles, was maybe considering the Wood Memorial, but he finds himself here in the Bluegrass, which I actually think is a good thing because Chad historically has had success in the Bluegrass. To me, some horses like Gulfstream, some don't. It's a different type of kickback. Sometimes when they're hit with it the first time, they resent it and they absolutely hate it. Today he returns, gets Irad Ortiz Jr., and gets the blinkers on. I go in that direction, although I'm not standing on solid ground. The 3 Verifying, I think, will be on the lead. I hope he's on the lead. I think Mendelssohn's March, your horse on the outside, could likely press him, but this is a horse that does not want to get trapped down on the inside like he did last time out in the Grade 2 Rebel, and then the 1 Tappa Trice, who is the class of the field, but the gate issues is obviously concerning.
I know we got to move, but is it suddenly, I mean, can you expect a horse to suddenly break that hasn't broken? Like, is it just, is the light bulb going to go on?
It depends. It depends.
Okay.
If you do gate work with them, sometimes I think it's more concerning if they were breaking well and then start not breaking. That's a bad habit to get out of. But I do think it can be trained out of them at a young age.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on today's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
Ben Colebrook is the trainer of 2 entered in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Let's talk about Raised Cane first and that big win in the Gotham. Big price, but did he surprise you?
I thought he was going to run a good race. I mean, he finally had some pace to run into, so we thought he was going to run well. That's why we took him up there. But, it was a tough race. But I guess his margin of victory kind of probably surprised me more than anything else.
How's he trained out of that performance?
Come out of the race really well. A lot of confidence. He's gained weight, gained some muscle. He seems to be an improving horse. So this time of year, that's what you want.
He likes Keeneland.
Yeah, he has won at Keeneland, that's for sure. Home track.
Scooby Quando also entered, and I know you had planned to run him up at Turfway, right?
Yeah, he had a little thing just morning of the race, no big deal. Just a little skin kind of thing on right by his poof where it kind of swelled up a little bit in his pastern. It was no big deal. It resolved itself in a day, but it was just, you got to be 100% to run in those type of races. We just decided we had other options going forward, and I'm excited to try him on the dirt. Luan Machado worked him on the dirt, and he actually thought he got over the dirt better than the Tapeta surface at Turfway. So, it's an unknown, but we're willing to take a try and see how he goes. I mean, he's an Uncle Mo, so you'd think he would like it.
What would it mean to you to win this race?
Oh, shoot. I mean, being a Keeneland guy, it'd be, it's probably at the pinnacle of the races that are at Keeneland for sure.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Ben Colebrook, he's got 2 in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes.
Yeah, there's no question. It is the one as far as the Grade 1s I think that you'd point towards. And there are a lot of phenomenal Grade 1s here at Keeneland when it comes to both the spring and the fall. We got to move. Let's go to the Grade 1 Madison Stakes. $600,000 on the line for the Philly Sprinters. And Goodnight Olive is 2 to 5 in the morning line. She hasn't lost since her debut race at Gulfstream Park. She broke her maiden here at Keeneland in October of 2021. They climbed the ranks because they were steady with her as far as the allowance conditions were concerned. And then they capped off last year with a couple of Grade 1s, Ballerina to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, which we're going to roll back for you here today. And here she is winning this race, beating Echo Zulu and Wicked Halo. She was the favorite that day, just shy of 2 to 1. And she settles and she runs on. And like I said before, when you're a trainer, who's going to be pointed in particular races and in what direction they're going to be pointed. And the lack of involvement from other conditioners, to me, just pays respect to how good Goodnight Olive is. She's 5 now. She's been training down at Payson Park for Chad Brown, Team Hanley, and First Row Partners. I think we see more of the same from Goodnight Olive to start this season. Society's an interesting one. She cuts back in distance. I think that she's got to try to outrun Goodnight Olive, and Yagiri will try to do the same thing as well. They'll probably be the targets, but I think that Goodnight Olive reels them in, especially going 7 furlongs at Keeneland.
To your point, I cannot remember the race for the life of me, but there was an ungraded stakes race at Oaklawn last week going 6 furlongs. And I know some of the fillies that ran in there could have easily run in the Madison, but when you see Goodnight Olive and 7 furlongs, I think that's a huge factor too. 6 furlongs versus 7 furlongs. Look, she dominated. To me, in a sprint race, when you win that easily and win over 2 lengths, that's a dominating performance. She is too good. I think she'll be prepared off the layoff. She'll probably get the right trip because it's a smaller field. Irad Ortiz Jr. can do whatever he wants with her. The way she loses today is if she is not 100% cranked. And that is why I think Yugiri is a little bit interesting in here, because she has been racing over the winter. She might have the fitness advantage over not only Goodnight Olive, but also Society and Cocktail Moments, who have not raced since the fall. So that's the only way I see her losing. That's why I use Yugiri in second, and then Society, who I think is a very nice filly, and I love the fact that she comes back at 7/8. But she's going to have her hands full with Goodnight Olive. I truly believe that. Very, very nice filly sprinters in this race.
She'll be 100%. You don't bring short horses into a Grade 1. I mean, totally. I understand where you're coming from, but still, these are rare opportunities that you have to take advantage of, and she has.
And she got better in the latter half of last year. So if she keeps on track with that, who knows what type of performance we could see today.
Race number 6 on today's card. It's the Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the JRA, Japan Racing Association. This will begin the All-Stakes Pick 4, which will conclude with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, and Pleasant Passage is 5-2 on the morning line. This is a race that we both agree on. Pleasant Passage, she's an adaptable type filly for Emery Hamilton and Shug McGahee and Tyler Gaffleone. She can be close to the slow pace. She can set off and close into a quick pace, so you've got to respect her. But Papilio, you're going to take us through this most recent run. Her only start in the U.S. in the Grade 2, Here Comes the Bride, where she was beaten by Dance Macabre, that really nice filly of Kelsey Danners. Horses don't do what this filly did, not just once, but twice. Got into trouble twice, and it managed to only lose the Here Comes the Bride by a head.
Yeah, let's go ahead and roll that replay, and we can kind of talk through it since we both like this filly. So Papilio, this was her stateside debut, and she didn't corner well. It kind of seemed that Luis Saez, who was aboard her that day, tried to take a hold of the bridle. You can see right there the number 8 horse. And then she resented it. She threw her head up, and then he had to plop down in the saddle and regain his balance. Then he kept her in the clear throughout. She had a crazy wide trip at the quarter pole throughout the race, and then she still finished with this type of effort. I thought this was huge. And to be honest, I think she should be, with that one race under the belt, I do think that she'll be a more professional horse this afternoon. That's key, though. I mean, you don't want a horse that's kind of out of control. And going into the first turn, she did seem to be a little out of control. But I think that's just experience going around these tight turns.
Saez rode her that day. He goes to Be Your Best. They've got Javier Castellano in the saddle. The reality when you come with horses to Santa Anita, to Keeneland, mine's all over the place, to Keeneland, where at Keeneland you've got options for some of the best riders in the world, and that's what is going on in the Appalachian. So you've got 273, I've got 273 in today's Grade 2, which will begin that All-Stakes Pick 4. Now let's roll on to race number 8, Grade 2 Shakertown. Nobody Listens is scratched. How about Caravel coming back to the scene of her biggest success in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint? She beat the boys that day. She's going to look to do it again. 2 Breeders' Cup winners here today. That'll do for this Saturday card.
And yesterday, too, with the Wonder Wheel.
That's right.
Returning. Caravel, I think the conversation starts with her and whether or not you like her. There are some favorites that I think you cannot get around, and then there are some favorites that I think you might be able to, and she seems to be the latter. I don't pick her on top. What did you do in here?
I went to Artemis City Limits.
Okay.
With Irad and Mike Maker.
With Caravel, to me, it just seemed like prior to the Breeders' Cup, when she was going against some of the boys, well, not only that, but she ran in the Grade 2 Turf Sprint at Churchill Downs. She lost against them. I think she is a better filly in the fall. She kind of builds up to her races, and she really peaked at the right time during the championships at the end of the year.
Feels like fall. That might work for her.
I could. I do think it's, encouraging to see her back here in this race, but that was my assessment of her. I think this is a race where you want to find a price. Let's show the replay for Oceanic and take you back to the Grade 2 Woodford, where unfortunately he had to catch the likes of Golden Pal, and we know the type of speed that Golden Pal has. It's tough to close into a pace set by Golden Pal. It's tough to chase a pace set by Golden Pal, but I thought this horse really put on a courageous performance in this particular race. Now look, he did not run well in his next start in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, but he has run well at Keeneland multiple times, and he is one of many that I will use in that All-Stakes Pick 4. This is, I think, the toughest race to handicap this afternoon.
I would agree with that. There's a lot of depth to it, and you mentioned him chasing Golden Pal in the Woodford presented by FanDuel. Keep in mind with Caravel what had to happen in part for her to win the Breeders' Cup. Golden Pal missed the start.
Yep.
How different would that race have been if Golden Pal was the Golden Pal that we expect and would see it as best.
It's a great point, because she went wire to wire.
Exactly. So don't let that slip past you. Let's roll it back to race number 5, Grade 3 Commonwealth today here at Keeneland. This will be 7 furlongs for the older horses, and Nakatomi, a familiar name here at Keeneland, 2-1 on the morning line for Wesley Ward. A firing line gelding who's unbeaten. He's 3 for 3. His last win here at Keeneland was against Allowance Company. He won the Bowman's Mill. That's his lone stakes success over the course of his career, and he broke his maiden on debut back in April of 2021. You talked about this yesterday, horses that we fall in love with, and finally, finally, are we seeing Run Classic, a horse that we've seen run. I believe I was there with you the 2 times he ran at Fairgrounds in route races, and we had conversations saying, when are they going to cut him back in distance?
Yeah.
Well, today is the day, because his one-turn races have been extremely flashy. Let's roll it back for you on Run Classic. This is him in the fall of last year in an allowance race. And to me, I thought we were sitting on a situation where, okay, now we're going to see him become a dominant force in the sprint ranks, but then they 4 times in a row ran him in route races. I'm not questioning Brett Calhoun. He is an amazing conditioner. But in this instance, the way that he ran away from this group, the number that he earned, he wins by 8 1/4 lengths. So many reasons to think that he's just going to be simply a better horse, part of the pace, and faded in those route races.
Yeah.
Right? So it's as simple as that. Give me Run Classic all day in the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes. Should hopefully get us somewhat of a decent price with the presence of Nakatomi. I've got the 3 horses, my second selection, Get Her Number for Peter Miller. You got to respect his run of the San Carlos. He was beaten by a really nice horse on the West Coast in that most recent run. Couldn't hang with Art Collector, and he wasn't far from winning the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, so I'll have him underneath, and then Nakatomi putting his perfect record at Keeneland here on the line. But Run Classic, pumped to say the least, to see him go 7/8 today.
Me too. It was by far his fastest race. The thing with this race, and why also I like him a little bit better than Nakatomi, Nakatomi's a closer, and there seems to be a lot of closers or mid-pack horses. So Run Classic, I agree with you. We've been talking about this too long. I am going to place a win wager on Run Classic today, because we've been wanting this to happen for so long. But the long shot for me would be Pro-Occident, because and the class isn't there yet. I do like that he's improving. His races that he's won have been very easy, and he could be the speed at this distance. So he's my long shot I'll throw in underneath to try to beat Nakatomi.
The one question I do have for Run Classic, Ray Gutierrez, where's he going to jump rope?
Yeah.
Because that's his routine,
Does
right?
that every day at the
jump
fairgrounds?
rope at Fairgrounds?
Yeah. He goes for a
Jumping
little
rope out
lap,
there, yep.
and then does the jump rope.
Hopefully there's some
Maybe back
clearing
there
in the jocks room, because it's chilly out here. Let's move on to where are we off to next? We're off to the Clocker Report. There it is. It's ticking for us. Clocker Report. We got 2 horses to focus in on. Mulligan starting in race number 2. This is a horse that's going to get plenty of attention. Mulligan, best of 15, going 5/8 of a mile on the 26th of March. Worked in company with Yagiri, who's one of the contenders for the Grade 1 Madison today. Looks prime barm at 34%. Second time out. And then Maniwa worked in 46 and 2 out of the gates. 4 furlongs on the first here at Keeneland. Sharp local work, has run well here in the past. Turf is not his game, should make his presence known. It's interesting because now this is an interesting take, because on the surface, yeah, it looks like turf's not his game. Remember when they took that stakes race off the turf
vividly
at Fairgrounds? Wayne Catalano wasn't excited about that, to say the least. He said he would have won that day,
yeah.
Which he was beaten by the horse that had won like 1 million races, not exactly 1 million, at Fairgrounds. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But he's a solid horse, so you got to respect Manny Wah.
Yeah.
Good horses can do anything.
I do
That's
like
the
him
point
on the dirt. I don't want to disagree with Wayne, but I like him on the dirt. And he's interesting coming back to the dirt today.
Let's take a look at the pick 4. Combo pick 4 on this Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes day. So, Gavin and I, we got our thoughts together, and this is the ticket that we've come up with.
We had to throw out some tickets.
You were there for the conversation.
Yes, we had to throw out some horses. Originally, you wanted 4 horses in the 7th race. I'm not throwing you under the bus, but I am going to throw you under the bus.
It's the first time you've ever done that.
I think you have to either have respect that Goodnight Olive is going to win, and then maybe a backup, but consolidate in that leg. Either you try to beat her or you like her. The 8th race, spread. 9th race, the Toyota Bluegrass, spread 1, 3, 8, 11. You didn't originally have Blazing Sevens on the ticket. I had to add.
Well, he's your top pick, right?
Yeah,
In the
and
Toyota Bluegrass.
that's why we have to combine our brains and hopefully, because I wouldn't have had Mo Stash. If we played a combined ticket yesterday, we probably would have hit.
Where do we stand on the bankroll? Do you owe me any money? Have you paid for me for the gift shop visit from a couple of years ago?
That was a long time ago. That has expired.
What? So what's it called?
A year.
Statute of limitations. Thank you, Isaac. Let's go to Tom Leach, his long shot pick of the day.
My long shot pick for today's card is Regimental in the last race from the barn of trainer Rusty Arnold, who always points his horses for these meets at Keeneland. This horse beat more than half the field in the race at Kentucky Downs last fall, so that's a quality performance, and I think the pedigree suggests the 1 1/8 will be right in Regimental's wheelhouse. So at 20-1, let's take a swing with Regimental.
Let's do it, Tom. Side bet of the day. Yesterday, 1 for Scott, 0 for Gabby. Can we put a 0 there? I don't like it blank. I like seeing zeros next to Gabby's name.
Just keep talking. You remember what happened last meet?
You smoked me in the fall.
Yeah.
I smoked you in the spring.
That's true. Maybe I'm like Caravel. I get better in the fall.
We did heads up as far as stakes races for the week. I had Mo Stash. That's what got me that one notch yesterday. We're going to stick with that theme today, right?
Should we just do heads up top picks? Because we agree a lot in the stakes races. We don't agree in the 8th and the 9th. Or heads up top picks or heads up in the Bluegrass?
Heads up top picks.
Okay.
Because I've got a 20-1 shot. You got a 6-1 shot or something like that. You're playing for the Silly Pints. Team Gabby, Team Scott, there they are. And they give you the recipe for the Keeneland Breeze. Little Maker's Mark, splash of orange liqueur, ginger ale, garnished with orange wedge. I'll pass on everything except for the Maker's Mark bourbon. Just give me that in there and I'm good to go. 1 Cuba ice. For Gabby, I'm Scott.
Oh, I thought you were giving me fist bump. Okay.
There it is. Enjoy Toyota Bluegrass Day today here at Keeneland.
In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby week at the World's Marketplace.
Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Keeneland welcomes Erica Gabriel to the paddock. Erica received her bachelor's degree in vocal performance and pedagogy from Oakwood University and holds a master's in voice performance from the University of Michigan. She is currently pursuing her doctorate of musical arts at the University of Kentucky. She has performed with orchestras across the country, including the Cincinnati Pops Orchestra, the Jacksonville Symphony, the Savannah Philharmonic, the Jackson Symphony, the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Fred Edwards from Admissions as the Employee of the Day. Fred, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the finish line room and green room should exit using the stairway leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a look at the program changes. The main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Changes in the first race, where we start the first of the day, is rolling doubles and pick threes. Also, that's where the early pick 5 begins. In that opener, scratch number 8, Codal. Also scratch the 12, Miss Foxanne. And scratch the 14, Hot Anna. That's in the first race. Scratch number 8, Codal. Scratch the 12, Miss Foxanne. And scratch 14, Hot Anna. Please note number 13, Super Renee, draws into the race. 13, Super Renee, draws into the race. There's also a jockey change in the opener today. The jockey for the 11, Lucy Jane, will be Jareth Loveberry. That's the 11, Lucy Jane. Contrary to the program, Jareth Loveberry, the jockey. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. No changes in race 2. Third race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Also in that third event, contrary to the program, number 2, Sky and Sand, is a gelding. Number 2, Sky and Sand is a gelding. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, carry over $53,845. In that fourth race, overweight number 3, Dash Attack, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 3, Dash Attack, jockey 1 pound over. Race 5, start of the All Stakes pick 5. Change of equipment today for the 10 long-range Toddy, blinkers off. Number 10, long-range Toddy, blinkers off. Race 6, start of the All Stakes pick 4, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 11. There are no changes in that 6th event. Race 7, the Madison, starts the late pick 5. No changes in race 7. Race 8, the Shakertown, start of the late pick 4. Take out number 13, Nobody Listens, did not draw into the race. Number 13, Nobody Listens, did not draw into the race. 9th race, Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. No changes. 10th race, no changes. 11th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday to you, Kurt Becker. For those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from abroad, we've got 11 races ahead of us, getting started earlier than what we're accustomed to. Normally we start at 1 o'clock Eastern time, but beginning at 12:30 Eastern to get these 11 races in. 5 graded stakes races highlighted by the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes.
And looking at the field for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Tappet Trice is signed on as your 5-2 favorite, verifying for trainer Brad Cox at 3-1. If trainer Todd Pletcher does win this race, it'll make him the winningest trainer in the Bluegrass.
And he's currently amongst some serious company, including Woody Stevens, Leroy Jolly, and Nick Zito. So Tappet Trice 5-2 on the morning line. We'll see if he can continue this progression towards the first Saturday in May, following his win about a month ago in the Tampa Bay Derby. Let's take a look at the other Grade 1 on the afternoon, the Madison Stakes. Yet another champion competing here this weekend. Goodnight Olive, last year's female sprint champion, ran through 2022 with ease, and we'll see if she can kick off 2023 with yet another Grade 1 victory.
And she was a perfect 4 for 4 last year, but overall 6 for 7 in her career. Her only loss was in her first start. She comes back. It looks like she's been working very well in the morning for Chad Brown down in Florida. And we also have the return of Society and Cocktail Moments, 2 fillies with with some really impressive races, but it really does depend on, is Goodnight Olive ready to go? If she is, she's going to be tough to beat.
Those are the 2 Grade 1s. The Madison's race 7. The Toyota Bluegrass is race number 9. We've got an All-Stakes pick 5, races 5 through 9. An All-Stakes pick 4, races 6 through 9. Those 5 races that make up the pick 5, and 4 of the 5 make up the pick 4. Grade 3 Commonwealth, the Grade 2 Appalachian presented by the Japan Racing Association, Grade 1 Madison, Grade 2 Shakertown, and capped off by the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. There are also the late pick 5s and late pick 4s, which will conclude with race number 11, the final race of the day. So keep that in mind. A lot of multi-race exotic opportunities for your handicappers and players out there. And how about a pick 6 carryover? Over $53,000. Pick 6 not hit yesterday, so $53,845 already in that pool, and it begins with race number 6. We begin in less than 17 minutes. Race number 1, now 16 minutes to post. The first race begins the early pick 5 here today at Keeneland Racecourse on this 11-race card. There's the 11-horse Lucy Jane at 7-1. Comes in from Chicago. She does so for connections which have done a fair amount of good through the years, and fair amount is probably an understatement for Mike Rivas and what he's accomplished in his days of training horses up in Chicago. Mike Rivas, a stalwart of the Chicago scene. He claimed this horse off of Brittany Vandenberg last time out for $15,000. Comes down here to Keeneland. They wouldn't be here if they didn't feel they had a legitimate opportunity. He could have stayed back, found an easier spot at Hawthorne Racecourse, but they shipped down to Keeneland, and Rivas is not a conditioner that does a lot of shipping. So I think these are all positive signs with the 11-horse, and make it Jareth Loveberry. Jareth Loveberry picks up the mount on the 11-horse Lucy Jane.
Yeah, and good for him, Jareth Loveberry. He did really well down at the fairgrounds during the winter and has decided to make Kentucky his home in riding at Keeneland and also Churchill Downs. So the 11 Lucy Jane, I didn't go in that direction, but she is a nice price at 8-1 right now.
You've got the horse on the rail, Halo of Fire, Wesley Ward. We talk about this all the time, every meet at Keeneland. When Wesley shows up in claiming races, he does extremely well. He spots his horse correctly, and they are typically in a position to win, and that looks to be the case again with Halo of Fire.
Yeah, and I think she's a better dirt horse. She's been running on the synthetic probably at a level too high for her. Now she drops in class. She comes off of freshing. She gets Irad Ortiz Jr., and she comes back to the dirt. Mind you, one of her better races was on the dirt sprinting at Keeneland when she finished second against Maiden Special Weight Company. So I think this is just a drop and win for Wesley.
Social Mandate is the 10-horse. I've got this filly second for John Hancock. Walter Rodriguez, 5-pound apprentice, gives this mare a weight break, or filly rather. She looks well out there. She's a solid price of 13-1. She ran a good race last time out, dropping in for the 30 tag. And if you look at her previous races at levels like this, she's always right there. So ignore those races prior to her most recent effort. She was just in too tough. Not the case here today with the 10. Let's go to the number 4 horse. That is your second selection, Gabby. Proud Foot for Lindsey Schultz, Joel Rosario, another one that's found some consistent form as of late between Sam Houston, Oaklawn, Prairie Meadows, and back to Oaklawn.
If you look at this mare's figures, she's actually running quite faster than the rest of her competition. So if you can still get that 9-2 price, I think that's a bargain. I was going back and forth between the 4 and the 1, wondering which horse would be higher in odds, but 9-2 is a very, very fair price on a horse that is running faster than her competitors today.
6 is getting some attention. Azul Tequila, that's my third choice. Drops in class, first time in for a tag. Vince Chaminade, he takes advantage of the opportunities presented to him. Ignacio Correas IV, the conditioner of this Constitution filly. She broke from post 1 in her most recent start. That, I think, is part of the reason why she broke slow. So look for Azul Tequila to bounce back here today. And then the number 3 horse, Only Time, is where you'll round out your top 3 out of the Claude Brownfield, the third barn.
Yeah, it's been a while since she last won her race. In fact, she's 1 for 22 on form, so she kind of has to get back into the form. But I think it's interesting her coming back to the main track, because the last time she was on the main track, she was going against Allowance Company. I used her to throw into the mix at a price of 13-1.
Race 1 is coming up quick, just getting set for the Riders Up call, the first of 11 on Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Claiming price $30,000. Main track is fast, turf listed good, double, pick 3, and early pick 5 wagering featured here. Scratch the 8 Codal. Also scratch the 12 Miss Foxanne. And scratch 14 Hot Anna. A reminder, number 13, Super Renee, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Lucy Jane. Jareth Loveberry rides the 11. 6 minutes to post.
Horses on the track warming up prior to the opener on today's Toyota Bluegrass Day, and we're taking a look at the number 1, Halo of Fire. She does seem like she's settled down a little bit. When she was first out on the track with the pony, she did seem like she was a little bit keyed up over the top, but once Irad Ortiz Jr. got her moving alongside the pony, it does seem like she's settled down. But I am curious to know what Irad Ortiz Jr. decides to do from the get-go, whether he takes her back or whether or not she's fast enough to be on the lead. But Wesley Ward with Clash Droppers at Keeneland, always a very dangerous angle. The 7 Chi-Town Heat is a horse that I wanted to focus on. Watching some of these horses throughout the post parade, I thought she made a nice appearance. It's kind of hard to see her. She's on the other side of the pony right now, but she looks well turned out. Now, when you look at her races on the dirt, they aren't really great, but I would say that since coming into the Jesus Esquivel barn, she has turned it around a little bit, including that 4th place finish last time out against a $20,000 claimer, so maybe a horse to consider as a long shot. The 10-horse Social Mandate, when you look at some of these other fillies, she definitely looks like the most athletic and strongest. She's got a really strong shoulder on her, really strong in her hindquarters as well, and she kind of looks like that prototypical sprinter as she will be going 6 furlongs today. And then finally, the number 13, Super Renee, for Bob Hesh Jr. She comes out of a turf sprint last time out at Santa Anita. And I just wanted to show her because she is getting bet right now. She's 7-2 on the board. She gets Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle as well. And her last dirt race was second against Starter Allowance Company. When you compare that field to what she faces today, it was very, very tough. So in some instances, you could make a strong case that she is the class of the field. So do take note that the 13 Super Renee draws into the race, and she is getting bet as she should be at 7-2. We are just 3 minutes out from today's opener. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 11th race, a late jockey change in race 11. Number 5, Regimental, the jockey Chris Landeros. Again, that is Keeneland's 11th race. Jockey on the 5, Regimental, will be Chris Landeros. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Social Mandate, who broke in the air. There goes Lucy Jane out for the early lead. Super Renee is away quickly to the outside of her and comes away running in second. Proudfoot, a lane off the rail, is in third. Cupid's Payday comes out running in the fourth position. Chi-Town Heat is fifth up on the outside. Jen and Sin between horses is sixth. Halo of Fire, seventh against the rail. Azul Tequila, eighth. Social Mandate is wide around the far turn, moving up from the ninth position. And then further back, Ms. Haley in 10th. Only time last of 11, 22.78 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Lucy Jane against the rail. Super Renee is there on her outside. These two go at it for the top spot around the far turn, matching strides. Gap of 2 to Proud Truth, who's in the third position. Proudfoot, I should say, starts to move up from that third spot off the turn to the top of the lane. Here is Super Renee to grab the lead. Now Proudfoot is right alongside of Lucy Jane, contesting second. Social Mandate
Toyota Bluegrass Stakes day here at Keeneland Racecourse. And West Coast shippers, we've seen them do well historically here at Keeneland. Class drops, Tyler Gaffalione first preference to this filly, and she wins easily at odds of 5-2.
The drop in class was key today. You could see her just kicking clear from the rest of the field. She was the class of the race, and she also was perfectly ridden to victory by Tyler Gaffalione. 13-4-6-5 across the finish line for today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 13, Super Renee, was first. Number 4, Proudfoot, was second. 6, Azul Tequila, third. 5, Gin and Sin, fourth. 13-4-6-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 13, Super Renee, owned by Red Baron's Barn, LLC, of Jed Cohen, owned also by Rancho Temescal, LLC, of Tim Cohen, Bob Hess Jr., the trainer, and Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Super Renee, a 4-year-old filly by Super Saver out of Solana Wind by Distorted Humor, the winner bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. 1 minute 12.65 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 13-4-6-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3, wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is listed good, no changes in race 2. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Contrary to the program, the 2, Sky and Sand, a gelding. 2, Sky and Sand, a gelding. Fourth race, overweight, 3, Dash Attack, 1 pound over. Number 3, Dash Attack, jockey, 1 pound over. Race 5, change of equipment for the 10, Long Range Toddy, blinkers off. Number 10, Long Range Toddy, blinkers off.
Race number 2, 23 minutes to post, begins the early pick 4 here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And right now the favorite is the slight favorite, Wicked Again, the number 6 horse, the full brother to Wicked Halo, the Lexus Raven Run Stakes winner from last year. Mulligan, though, is where we begin, or at least I do. This is a filly, or colt rather, that was very impressive on debut at Oaklawn Park, beaten just the nose in a quickly run race at Oaklawn. It's not an ideal post position, Gabby, but let's hope that he can be sharper away from the gate from post position number 1. And one of the teams that has been very stout this winter/spring from a jockey-trainer combination, Santana and Brisset. They don't come together a lot, but when they do, they win more often than not.
Yeah, and Rudolph had a nice winner yesterday. It just seems like he has some really nice horses, especially for Windstar in this, at least during the winter and also in the spring, and Mulligan is definitely one of them. Now, the reason why he was so far back is because he stutter-stepped out of the gate, and sometimes that's an experience or a maturity. I think he's going to hopefully remedy that problem today, but it is something that is a little bit of a concern considering he's posted on the rail at 7 furlongs.
Is that why you went to Wicked Again? I mean, I think it's kind of a toss-up with these two horses, but it was the post position for the 6 horse?
This is another love affair story, you know, what
after
we were talking
one race.
about. Yes. No, I can, and again, talking about the 6 Wicked Again, this is my top selection because I know that the Asmussen camp was really high on this horse before his debut, and unfortunately, he had Squire Creek, the winner of the race, breathing down his neck the entire way. He never had an opportunity to take a breather. That horse went on to win by over 6 lengths, but I know that the connections have really liked this horse, so I'm going back to him today because I didn't cash first time out. Hopefully I cash today, and I'm going to get a better price.
It's 5-2 right now, and boy, how quickly has the Gunrunner Tappet cross just become one of the most impactful crosses that we've seen, and it's all because of Winchell Thoroughbreds with the amount of Tappet mares in which Ron Winchell has, and obviously his sire Gunrunner. It's just really, really worked out and can continue to do so for many, many years to come with horses like Wicked Again. Batera is the 8 horse that we've got common in our 3rd selection. This is a gelding by Blame for Highlander Training Stable. Solid debut. Ran into a buzzsaw. Bottom line, Bishop's Bay, who beat him in First Mission, but especially Bishop's Bay, is a serious racehorse. So he's got some serious racehorses to run against here today, to face off against and spring an upset. But you've got to keep him in the conversation for the top 3 at the very least.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the situation that we were dealing with at the fairgrounds over the winter, and it's the same case with Wicked Again. He ran into a very nice horse of Brad Cox. Well, unfortunate for Al Stahl, he ran into 2 very nice horses for Brad Cox and Bishop's Bay, who came back to win an allowance, posting an 88 Beyer speed figure, and also First Mission, who came back to win a maiden special weight with an 89 Beyer speed figure. Very fast races, fast horses in their 3-year-old season. So not saying that this is an easier group whatsoever, but I think Batera is definitely one of the more live horses in here, and I'm shocked to see him on the board at 7-1.
Good prices in here because of the presence of the 1 and the 6. They're taking the heat off of each other, pari-mutually speaking. So around 2-1, 9-5 could be the post-time favorite number next to either the 1 or the 6, it seems, as we're less than 19 minutes to post. Race number 2 at Keeneland, start of the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Mount Brilliant, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. No changes in race 2, post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a closer look at the field warming up prior to race 2, 7 furlongs on the main track for this maiden special weight for 3-year-olds. And here's the one, Mulligan, who's getting a good warm up under Ricardo Santana Jr. This horse ran so well first time out and also has apparently been working very well in the morning. Is a Clocker Report pick, as he has been working in company with Ugiri, who we will see later today in the Grade 1 Madison. But he was very impressive first time out, and physically and how he's acting today, I have no qualms with going in that direction. This is a very tough race, but he seems to be well turned out, very fit and professional this afternoon. Let's transition to 2 first-time starters, the number 9, Just a Photo, being one of them. He's a son of Justify out of a War Front mare for Dixiana Farms. I love the way this horse looks, the 9, Just a Photo. He's just such a handsome-looking horse. If we could maybe find him on the track somewhere, wherever he may be. He's a big long shot. He's 24-1. And if you do get the opportunity to kind of see his head, he just seems like a classy little horse. He's got a big forelock, big blaze on his face as well. But he has the body type to suggest that maybe he wants a little bit longer. He also has the pedigree to suggest maybe a little bit longer. But I like how he looks today for trainer Kenny McPeak. And then finally, the 10. So Todd Pletcher sends out 2, and I was taking a look at both of these horses in the post parade, and I did before the outside runner here with Irad Ortiz Jr. He just looks incredibly fit. He has a lot of lean muscle on him, and his hindquarters just very fit and just a very defined muscle definition, I should say. A good shoulder on him as well. And you can see he just seems like he's very focused today, a very professional individual. He has his ears forward, and he just seems like he kind of gets it this afternoon. He's a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, a son of Good Magic out of a Giants Causeways mare. He's a half to Lemon Pop, who was a Grade 1 Group 1 winner in Japan as well. So a beautiful pedigree does the 10 have. That is a closer look at some of the contenders today. It's a tough maiden special weight, and we are 4 minutes out from the second.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Mount Brilliant, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Mulligan from the inside. Here's Labar from the outside. These two come forward in the opening strides. Equivoque is up close as well. Wicked again moves up into third now between horses as they head up the back stretch. Mulligan up the rail. Mulligan to the lead now by just a half length. Labar is second up on the outside by a length. Wicked again third by a half length. And then Equivoque fourth up on the outside, followed by Dual Monarchy, fifth down toward the inside. Regal Ray wrestled back into sixth in between horses. Patera, seventh toward the outside, 5 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Home Run Hank, who was joined there by just a photo. And finally, Accident is the trailer. Opening quarter went to 22.85 seconds. Around the far turn, Mulligan, the leader. Labar is right alongside, and Equivoque is third, looking to the far outside, a length off the front pair as they move for the top of the stretch. Gap of 2.5 more lengths back to Wicked again, who's down toward the inside. Fourth, now shifting lanes behind that front trio. And here's Equivoque. Equivoque to the outside of Labar, who's outside of Mulligan, who's fighting on toward the rail, but Equivoque has a narrow lead. Mulligan, though, is fighting on in the final furlong. Mulligan, not finished yet, comes right back. Equivoque is there. Equivoque ahead in front. Mulligan still there to the inside. Equivoque, Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. Mulligan was home second. Labar was third. Wicked again was fourth.
Equivoque going right with the horse with experience to his inside in Mulligan, and he puts him away, even though Mulligan battled back down on the inside. A big-time performance from this chestnut son of Good Magic, Keeneland grad for CHC China Horse Club, picking up the win in race number 2.
Took him a while to switch those leads, but once he did, he caught a second win to really kick clear from the number 1 Mulligan, who put on a really good performance, too. Keep note of this maiden special weight. I think it's going to produce some very nice horses, including the winner.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 10 Equivoque first. Number 1 Mulligan was second. The 7 Le Bar was third. 6 Wicked Again fourth. 10-1-7-6 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 10-1-7-6, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 2, the Mount Brilliant. Official winner, number 10, Equivoque. Owned by CHC Incorporated of Kit Ing, trained by Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Equivoque, 3-year-old son of Good Magic, out of Unreachable by Giants Causeway, bred in Ontario by Saintsbury Farms Incorporated. Keeneland November Horses of Racing Age Sales graduate Equivoque, 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.31 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant Trophy presentation to the connections of Equivoque. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, in the third race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Contrary to the program, number 2, Sky and Sand, is a gelding. Number 2, Sky and Sand, is a gelding. Fourth race, overweight, number 3, Dash Attack, jockey 1 pound over. That's in the fourth race, number 3, Dash Attack, jockey 1 pound over. Race 5, equipment change for the 10, Long Range Toddy, blinkers off. That's race 5, number 10, Long Range Toddy, blinkers off today. Turf listed good. Main track is fast.
Race number 3, our first of many turf races today at Keeneland. Second level allowance condition, 5.5 furlongs. They'll be sprinting on the turf course, which continues to be good as it was yesterday. And the 7-5 favorite is on the outside. We'll talk more about Canthari, that Cantharos colt, in a moment. But I'll go to Mamba on 3 as my top selection for Carlos David. Tough to knock a horse who has finished in the top 3 in each of his last 9 starts, has a couple of wins, always establishes good position early on. He can set the pace, he can lay right off the pace. Comes up here from Gulfstream Park for a good barn. Corrales takes the opportunity to ride here today. That's the rider, 6-1, fair price. Love the price that I'm getting on Mamba on 3, the number 5 horse in here. Straightforward turf sprinter who always shows up.
And he's also had wide post positions, especially in the last 2 races. He broke from post 11 of 12 last time out, tried to overcome that, but wound up finishing 3rd, just fading late. Very fast fractions, especially the interior fractions in the races that he comes out of. And I agree with these guys. This is a horse that I think you have to consider just one that's on the improve, and then also a horse that has a better post today.
Mischievous Rogue is where you've got your top selection marked. That is for Billy Cowan, Southern Comfort Stables, a son of Into Mischief. Only his second try on turf. His only other try on turf was in a route race, but his sprint races look very intriguing over at Turfway Park on the synthetic.
I wanted to go with a price here, and we definitely get that at 11-1, but this is another horse that I think is continuing to improve. He's been running his best and fastest races as of late, and including that 6.5 furlong sprint at Turfway Park last time out. I am very curious to see him sprint on the turf. His only turf try was going the mile, but it looks like he's definitely done better since cutting back to a sprint distance. He's by Into Mischief. He's out of a Candy Ride mare. He has the pedigree to transition to the turf in a sprint. Taking a shot here with Mischievous Rogue.
Ibram is the 8 horse who is 5-2 Wesley Ward, once again represented in a turf sprint at Keeneland. He's unbeaten, 3 for 3, and boy has he overachieved from where he came from. He was debuted in a maiden 30 at Turfway Park, no knock on that, but obviously tempered expectations when you're debuting a horse for $30,000. Then he won at Woodbine. Then he won in a first level allowance race at Turfway, so he's just continued to climb the ranks. He's unbeaten. This will be the most difficult test of his career, and also the first time that they try him on turf. But it's tough to talk bad about a horse who's yet to lose, and it just continues to get better each and every time and does well with these breaks between races.
And he's just fast. He puts himself into the race. We see many of Wesley Ward horses run in that way, and you need that attribute in order to have success in a turf sprint. He's good. He's undefeated. He's by Cairo Prince, but he's out of a mare who was actually a dirt sprinter, is a half to a 5-time turf winner, though. So there is an inclination, at least in terms of the pedigree, that he'll make this transition.
And then finally, Canthari, 8-5 favorite. A lot of this money has to do with the number of partners involved with Canthari, My Racehorse, Spendthrift Farm coming together. There's no question about that. But he, too, is unbeaten, 2 for 2 at Gulfstream Park. I'm not sure how much you can trust those internal fractions in a race that he comes out of 43-1 and 55-1. I mean, I only see horses run down the hillside turf course that fast at Santa Anita, but nonetheless, it's on paper. But he's got an outside draw to deal with Saez in the saddle, with plenty of horses that should be able to go out in front of him if that ends up happening, and maybe hang him up wide from that outside draw.
Yes, this post position is a problem in a turf sprint. You don't want to be that far outside, especially when you have some speed. He has drawn post position 3 in his only 2 races, and those were in races with a field of 7 horses. Today, he is out there. He is in post position number 12. This is going to be a very tough post to overcome.
16 minutes to post, race number 3, turf sprinters, good listed turf here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Paramount, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 2 Sky and Sand is a gelding. 2 Sky and Sand a gelding. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time 8 minutes away.
Come front side for race number 3 here at Keeneland, and we'll start with Mamba on 3. His number come down just a touch, 6-1 now, 5-1 on this Carlos David trained gelding, Palm Beach Racing. What'd you see from him as he came out to the track, Abby?
I just think this is a great price on this horse. He has consistently been running fast races, sprinting on the turf. There's still a question mark whether or not the 8 will like the turf in his turf debut. And also the outside runner, who is the favorite, Canthari, has to overcome that outside post position and hasn't to date run faster than the 5 Mamba on 3. He looks like he shipped into town well, has a rich, healthy coat. Scott, I like this horse even more so after seeing him on the track.
Will to run. Well, this is the number 4 horse for Donnemeyer Farm, Ben Colebrook. He's got a big day ahead of him. Raise Kane to come in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. His last try on turf was here at Keeneland. He ran into a horse by the name of Coffee Maker, who we saw compete yesterday. Very good filly for Wesley Ward. This is a twirling candy colt who comes off of 3 tries up at Turfway Park during the winter months.
Those turf sprints weren't bad. He won his first race ever on the turf at Ellis, and then he came back in that Salty Allowance race. Since then, he's been on the dirt and the synthetic. I just liked how he looked today. He's not as stout as some of these other sprinters, but he has dappled from head to toe. He just looks like a really happy horse today, so maybe consider him at almost 20-1.
Mischievous Rogue, the 10, your top selection. Doug Cowens, his trainer, says that he's not exactly happy with the 5.5 furlongs, the sharpness of the distance, considering his success at longer distances. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But he did reference the turf run at Horseshoe Indianapolis back in July of 2021. thought that he took to the grass. He said he found himself in a lot of trouble. That's why the result ended up being a 5th place finish, and they've wanted to get him back on grass for quite some time. So offset a bit by moving back to grass perhaps versus the less than ideal distance for this Into Mischief horse.
Well, he's 8-1. At the very least, I think use him in the exacta or the trifecta and look for him to be running on late.
Less than 3 minutes to post. Race 3, Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, the Paramount. They are at the post. Ibram fractious in the gate. Backs out along with Mamba on 3. Mamba on 3, approved to move back into line. Likewise now for Ibram. Once again at the post. They're off. Mamba on 3, and Ibram come out to contest the early lead, and there's Tightrope right between that pair. Ibram the leader, Tightrope goes second. Now Stone Vicious third. Canthari close up fourth. On the far outside, Mamba on 3 backs away into fifth. Diamond City is in sixth position. Mischievous Rogue is a wide seventh. Awesome Aaron is eighth. Baytown Bear is ninth. Sky and Sand is 10th. Will to Run 11th, and Jeopardy Theory last to the 12, 21.4 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Tightrope against the rail. Leads it by a length and a half. Stone Vicious second ahead. Canthari now takes second by a head up on the outside. Ibram is fourth down toward the inside. Mamba on 3 being asked to run, sent toward the extreme outside from fifth, 5 lengths from the front. Tightrope is the leader. Mamba on 3 from fourth to third to second and draws within a length of the lead, and Mamba on 3 comes to the front now. Mischievous Rogue is running late. Will to Run is running late as well. Mamba on 3 has the lead. Here's Mischievous Rogue. Here's Will to Run. Mischievous Rogue strikes the lead a deep stretch. Mischievous Rogue wins it by a neck over Will to Run.
Trainer Doug Cowan's coming in to Keeneland Racecourse and springing the victory here with Mischievous Rogue. Went off at odds of 11-1 as an upset here for Southern Comfort Stable. The question was the distance. Was it going to be too sharp? Well, he kicked on late, rolled right past the 5. It looked like at one point during the stretch he had this race won.
He did, but Mamba on 3 had to make that early move coming down the stretch and just sustain that stretch run. He couldn't quite pull it off, but we did see a perfect setup and a perfect ride for Mischievous Rogue getting up for the victory, and it looks like the 4 Will to Run finishing a good second at a big price at 12-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 10, Mischievous Rogue, first. (10-4-5-2), the unofficial result in Keeneland's third race. Objection sign is posted. Jockey of runner-up number 4, Will to Run, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 10, Mischievous Rogue, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul is pending. Jockey of the 4, Will to Run, lodging a claim of foul against unofficial winner, number 10, Mischievous Rogue, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. On the split screen, program feed to the left, head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. no change. Result stands as is, no change. 10-4, 5-2, the result stands. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Paramount, number 10, Mischievous Rogue, owned by the Southern Comfort Stable, LLC, of Carol Fernandez, trained by Doug Cowens. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. Results are now official. Mischievous Rogue, a 5-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief, out of Mata by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Carol Fernandez. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 2.91 seconds. Results official, 10-4, 5-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Paramount Trophy presentation to the connections of Mischievous Rogue. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Ms. Carrie Bowling, Executive Director of the Fayette Education Foundation, is honored to accept a donation of $10,000 from Toyota Motor Manufacturing Kentucky, represented by its president, Susan Elkington, and from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, President and CEO. From grants for teachers' ideas to books from Dolly Parton for the littlest learners, the Fayette Education Foundation focuses on excellence in Fayette County Public Schools and equity for our current and future students. We thank the staff of the Fayette Education Foundation for their dedication and efforts in our community. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. A carry over $53,845. Main track is fast, turf is good. Temporary rail is down today on the turf course. In this fourth event, a reminder, overweight number 3, Dash Attack, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 3, Dash Attack, jockey 1 pound over. Looking ahead to the fifth race, a reminder in race 5, change of equipment for the 10, long-range Toddy, blinkers off. That's in race 5, the 10, long-range Toddy, blinkers off. Sixth event has no changes. Seventh race has no changes. Race 8, take out the also eligible. Number 13, Nobody Listens, did not draw into the race. And looking ahead to the featured ninth, Grade 1, Toyota Bluegrass, no changes in that ninth event.
Race number 4 starts the pick 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Do keep in mind we've got plenty of opportunities ahead of us in that sense, and we look forward to this race coming up in less than 16 minutes. And race number 4, a very good allowance condition with an optional $100,000 tag. And so this brings together stakes quality runners, nobody in for the $100,000. And Sir Alfred James is just a straight up class horse. He's 7-2 right now for Lynn Cash and his Built Right stables, a 10-time winner from 38 starts. I know he's winless at Keeneland, Gabby, but I'm going to give him a pass, and here's why. 2 of those 3 runs here at Keeneland came in your favorite race, the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes. So that is a much different level of competition than what certainly he's facing today, even though this is a stakes kind of group. I like this horse. I've liked him for a long time, and he was beaten by a very good horse in Factor It In last time out at Laurel Park, who's a stakes horse in his own right.
See, I think this race is just as good as a race like the Phoenix. He lost to Maniwa in the last time he ran in the Phoenix. So I hear you. He's being bet. I'm just trying to give you a hard time, but this horse is in very, very good form.
Knee Deep in Snow is your top selection. The number 1 horse who's at 4-1. I've got him second. He's another one that's a very good class horse. He's a horse they claim for $80,000. Matt Shire, 10 Strike Racing, and a few others in that ownership. And they've kept him going in the right direction. A lot to like about this now 7-year-old son of Flat Out.
Yeah, you want to talk about a class relief? Cody's Wish, Jackie's Warrior, Aloha West. These are the sprinters that he has had to go against as of late, including in the Grade 1 Forgo and the Vanderbilt. This is a big class relief for this horse, and I think he'll be able to be impactful in this race at 4-1.
Maniwa, the number 4 horse, stakes winner here at Keeneland. He's now 7 years old. I like him. I love these connections. Wayne Catalano, Susan Moulton, her husband Shane Sellers. But what version of Maniwa are we going to get today? To me, he's a tough one to predict when he's going to show up with his best type of race.
He does like Keeneland. Some of his best races have been here, when he won the Phoenix, when he was 4th in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Sprint. So I do think that's encouraging, but yes, he can be a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde horse, and it doesn't necessarily matter the trip or the surface. Sometimes he puts on his best, and sometimes he doesn't.
Fortin Hill, the 6-horse Corrales for OXO Equine. That's the jockey-owner combination sent out by Paulo Lobo. And this number 6 runner, Fortin Hill, is 7-1. He's run a good race here at Keeneland. He was 3rd behind Nakatomi most recently, and a horse by the name of Endorsed would come out of there and win. Nakatomi's going to be a player coming up next in the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes. So speaking of high-level competition that these horses have been keeping as of late, Fortin Hill is in that conversation, and Corrales can have this horse sit close, one would think, if he breaks sharp away from there. And here's another 7-year-old. This is a good group of veteran runners, horses that have kept top-level form for some time, and easy ones to root for here in this upcoming 4th race.
And he looks great in the paddock, Scott. It's hard to believe that he's 7 years old and he's only raced 11 times, but 4 of those times he has won. He had a tough trip last time out at Keeneland when he had to break from the way outside and chase those fractions, setting up perfectly for the closer in Nakatomi. He'll have to be ready off the layoff, but he definitely has the form to make himself one of the top contenders here.
Phenomenal race coming up. Race number 4 here at Keeneland. The Summer Wind as we get set in less than 13 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Summer Wind allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track for these 4-year-olds and up. No scratches, no jockey changes in the fourth race. A reminder, there is an overweight 3-dash attack. The jockey 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $53,000 carryover. Main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good. Post time in 7 minutes.
This is a group of very good-looking horses on the track right now. Race 4 is coming up next in 5 minutes, and here's a look at the number 1, Knee Deep in Snow. He hasn't been seen since September of last year at Churchill Downs, but last season he was competing in Grade 1s like the Vanderbilt, like the Forgo. I do think this is a class relief from those races. My one concern was, will he look fit and ready to go off the layoff? And I don't think that we should have any concern about that. This horse looks incredibly fit. He has so much confidence about himself on the track as well. Muscle definition, there is just not an ounce of fat on this horse. I think he looks very well prepared off the layoff for trainer Matt Shire. I picked him on top, and I like him even more after seeing him on the track. The 4, Maniwa, Scott and I were mentioning that he can kind of go back and forth. He can put on some really good performances and sometimes not so much. He falls a little bit short. He looks phenomenal this afternoon. Look at how classy he's acting, how strong he looks on the track, how much confidence he has on the track as well under Corey Lannery, and apparently he's been working very well, or at least his last work since coming back to Keeneland. He is a Clocker Report pick, Maniwa for trainer Wayne Catalano. And then finally the 6, Fortin Hill, is another horse that hasn't been seen in quite some time. I liked his presence. There are definitely other horses in here that look stronger than he does, but he looks fit. I like his presence. He was quiet, but not too quiet. Sometimes you don't want to see horses get over the top, and I did not see that with him. And sometimes that can happen with sprinters coming off long layoffs, but he's just conducting himself with a lot of class, and he looks ready to go for trainer Paula Lobo and OXO Equine. This is a very, very tough race. I'm excited to get to it in just 3 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Summer Wind, start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Fortin Hill right out for the early lead. Chasing Time is there in the opening strides. Now Chasing Time moves by from the outside. Sir Alfred James and Knee Deep in Snow now pick it up down toward the inside. Knee Deep in Snow up the rail to take the lead. Chasing Time goes in the second position. Fortin Hill third up on the outside. Sir Alfred James backs off into the fourth position. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. Dash Attack is fifth. 3 Technique between horses is sixth. Steinbeck a wide seventh. Manny Waugh is eighth and last. Opening quarter 22.74 seconds. On to the far turn they go. Knee Deep in Snow, the leader. Knee Deep in Snow leads at 3/4 of a length. Chasing Time is second by 2 lengths. Fortin Hill travels in third. Then a gap of 3. Sir Alfred James is in fourth. 3 Technique is in fifth. Manny Waugh sixth against the rail. 7 lengths off the lead. Just over a quarter mile to go. Knee Deep in Snow to catch. Chasing Time is right alongside now. Chasing Time outside. Knee Deep in Snow to the inside. Then a gap of 3. Fortin Hill is still back in third. 1/8 of a mile to go. Knee Deep in Snow fights on. Chasing Time is still fighting as well toward the outside. Fortin Hill tries to pick them up now. Fortin Hill moves up from third. A late run 3 Technique is fourth, still far back of the leaders. Fortin Hill has got the lead. Fortin Hill opens up with the closing strides. Gerardo Corrales and Fortin Hill to win it. Knee Deep in Snow was home in the second position, and then Chasing Time third, close for fourth.
Another good price here on this Saturday card at Keeneland Racecourse. 5-1 on Fortin Hill. Winner 2 starts back in September of last year. Came into this race off of a 5-month layoff where he was beaten by Nakatomi, who we'll see coming up in the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes.
This horse ran huge today. He did get an ideal setup, knee deep in snow. He did not get out of the gate very well. And then after that, he was pressed by Chasing Time the entire way. Those two went 1-2 around the racetrack, got a little bit tired late stretch. Here comes the 6. Fortin Hill picking up the pieces late to get the win at 5-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 6, Fortin Hill, first. Number 1, Knee Deep in Snow, second. Number 8, Chasing Time, third. And number 5, 3 Technique, was fourth. 6-1-8-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the summer win, the unofficial winner, number 6, Fortin Hill, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trained by Paulo Lobo, Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Results are now official. Fortin Hill, a 7-year-old son of Mucho Macho Man out of Dusty Rose by Cherokee Run, bred in Indiana by Robert L. Losey. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 16.52 seconds. Results official, 6-1-8-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind Trophy presentation to the connections of Fortin Hill. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the All Stakes pick 5. Main track is fast, the turf listed good today. Temporary rail is down on the turf course. In the fifth race, a reminder change of equipment for the 10 long-range Toddy, blinkers off. 10 long-range Toddy, blinkers off. Looking ahead, no changes in race 6, no changes in race 7. In the 8th race, the Shakertown, take out the also eligible number 13, Nobody Listens, did not draw into the race. 9th and featured race, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, no changes. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2022 Fall Race Meet. Leading owner Gary and Mary West had 4 wins during last fall's race meet, highlighted by West Willpower's victory in the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. This is the first Keeneland leading owner title for Gary and Mary West. Leading trainer Brad Cox recorded 11 wins in the fall, including 3 stakes races, highlighted by West Willpower's win in the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette and Caravel's victory in the Grade 3 Franklin. This is the 3rd consecutive fall training title for Brad Cox and 4th Keeneland training title overall. Leading jockey Luis Saez led all riders with 21 wins last fall, including the Grade 2 J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine aboard Delight and the final race of the meet to secure the riding title. This is the 2nd Keeneland leading jockey title for Luis Saez. Please join Keeneland in congratulating the leading connections of the 2022 Fall Race Meet.
Race number 5, 22 minutes to post. This race begins that all-stakes pick 5, Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes. Begins the all-stakes pick 5, 7 furlongs the distance on the main track for older horses 4 and up. And word has gotten out on Run Classic on the cutback in distance. We talked about this son of Run Happy at length this morning on Today at Keeneland. The fact that he gets back to 7 furlongs looks as though it could be a huge positive. They've tried to route him in his last few starts and against pretty good competition, including Pioneer Medina, beating him in the Mineshaft Stakes only by a half of a length. He ran against Happy American, Bal Harbor. The list goes on there, Gabby. But his last 7 furlong run here at Keeneland was brilliant, running off and winning by 8 1/4 lengths. Ray Gutierrez gets the opportunity here today. This is a cutback in distance play to a T on Run Classic, who's 8-5.
Yeah, and he actually has not been running poorly at longer distances. That's the difference. This horse almost beat a horse like Pioneer of Medina last time out in the Grade 3 Mineshaft at 1 1/16. I just think he's been capable at longer distances, but he could be at a whole different level at one-turn distances, so I'm happy to see him turn back. And Scott, he's not slow. This race is devoid of speed, but he should be able to find himself forwardly placed.
Get her number, the number 3 horse, 4-1. He was within ahead of winning the Grade 1 Cigar Mile back at the end of the season last year. Mind Control got the best of him that day after this horse made the lead. Peter Miller has been very apt to travel outside of Southern California with this son of Dialed In. He ran in the Pegasus World Cup Invitational, couldn't hang with the likes of Art Collector that day. But his most recent start, don't hold that against him, because Spirit Makina, the horse that won the Grade 3 San Carlos at Santa Anita, is a very nice horse. He's going to be an impact player for the remainder of the year in the sprint divisions on the West Coast. So Get Her Number, shipping this way to Kentucky. Don't be shocked if he's able to pull off a very mild upset at odds of 4-1 with Joel Rosario getting the opportunity.
Yeah, the class is definitely there. He did have a couple of tough races in the Pegasus World Cup, at least being one of them. But overall, Scott, he seems to be very, very consistent. And his ability to run at distances like 6 furlongs and up to a mile, you just have to really respect his versatility. And he has the class today. I'm not surprised to see him on the board right now at 4-1.
Pro Occident, the 8 for Green Lantern Stables and Eddie Keneally. is currently 17-1. You've got Pro Occident as your second choice. He's a nice horse, there's no question about it, but he's been beaten by some very good horses like Marsalis and Uber Kirk in 2 of his 5 starts, and I just wonder if he's up to the task of running against horses like Run Classic and even Get Her Number, the number 3 that I mentioned.
This is a huge class test for this horse. There is no doubt about it. But I think it's interesting that Eddie Keneally decides to take a shot with this horse and try him against Graded Stakes Company. It could be because he's running out of conditions and he needs to find a place to run him. But I do think he's a different horse right now than where we saw him back in last year at Keeneland in the fall. He comes in off of back-to-back wins. I know he didn't win by very large margins, but he did them very easily, and those were tough races. So I like him to play in the exacta or the trifecta, just a long shot to try to mix it up a little bit over the 8-5 favorite.
There are a countless number of angles that we maintain or develop, come up with in thoroughbred racing, and one of the tried and true ones is a horse for course angle, and Nakatomi fits that bill. He loves it here at Keeneland. The Wesley Ward horses typically do. This is their home court. This colt is unbeaten in 3 starts, gelding I should say, 3 for 3 of his 4 victories coming here at Keeneland. The only other victory came across town over in Louisville at Churchill Downs. And his last one, he beat Fortin Hill, as we mentioned, who just won race number 4 here at Keeneland. So you've got to respect him. He ran into Little Vic in the Grade 3 Tom Fool. He ran in the Grade 1 Malibu featuring Taba and Forbidden Kingdom at the end of last year. So he's not ducked anybody, but he's back home and looking to stay perfect here at Keeneland. Nakatomi 5-2.
He does absolutely love this racetrack. Now, I will say, though, the one thing that's going against him is the lack of speed in here. I mentioned that with Run Classic on the turn back and distance, he might be able to find himself forwardly placed. I think Pro Occident could be kind of fast, too, but Nakatomi needs that honest pace to close into. Even at 7 furlongs, we saw how far off the pace he found himself in the Grade 1 Malibu. So that will be key. Tyler Gaffleone kind of needs to get working on this horse a little bit early. I think it's encouraging with the lack of pace that when Tyler was aboard him here at Keeneland going 6.5 furlongs, he was close to the pace that day. I think he might need a trip similar to that in order to pull this off today.
Beginning of the All-Stakes Pick 5 concludes with the All-Stakes Pick 5, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. That is race number 9 here today. Race number 5, the 36th running of the Grade 3 Commonwealth, coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse.
In the paddock, shoe repair for number 2, Nakatomi. Shoe repair for number 2, Nakatomi. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, 36th running of the Commonwealth Grade 3, a stakes for 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the All Stakes pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. A reminder, change of equipment for number 10, Long Range Toddy, blinkers off. Post time coming up in about 2 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Hoist the Gold, owned by Dream Team 1 Racing Stable of James Culver, trained by Dallas Stewart, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 2, Nakatomi, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned also by Mark DeTample, and Bottle Rocket Stable of Tim Banker, trained by Wesley Ward. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 3, Get Her Number, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Peter Miller, jockey Joel Rosario. 4, Heart Rhythm, owned by TEC Racing of Elliott Logan, trained by John Ortiz, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. 5, Legionnaire, owned by Bruce Lunsford and Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, trained by Tom Drury, Javier Castellano is up. Spankster, number 6, owned by Willis Horton Racing LLC of Kevin Horton, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, jockey David Cabrera. 7, Run Classic, owned by Tom Durant, trained by Brett Calhoun, jockey Ray Gutierrez. 8, Pro-Oxidant, owned by Green Lantern Stables LLC of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally, jockey Corey Lannery. 9, Hear My Song, owned by Nathan Hayden, trained by William Billy Stinson Jr., Alex Ashard, the jockey. 10, Long Range Toddy, owned by Zenith Racing, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Junior Alvarado. And again, blinkers off today for the 10, Long Range Toddy. Horses headed to the gate.
Classy looking group getting set for the Grade 3 Commonwealth here at Keeneland to start the All Stakes pick 5. And this is an example of class. The 3-horse Get Her Number in the Gary Barber pink and black silks, a son of Dialed In for Peter Miller. He just walked out, a horse that looked so great coming out onto the track with the pony and alongside Harley there, as you can see. But just the way that he carried himself, impressive sort, shows up here at Keeneland. And I think that he looks like he's set to run a big race here this afternoon. Just observing him as he walked out onto the track. That's the number 3 horse, Get Her Number. Legionnaire, the number 5 horse, he's 22-1 on the tote board right now. Legionnaire for Bruce Lunsford and Claiborne Farm. Let's not forget that he's a half-brother to Art Collector. He's got quite the pedigree. He was second to Elite Power back at Churchill in June of last year, the eventual winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint right here at Keeneland Racecourse. So cutting back in distance. We're doing a lot of talking about the cut back in distance for Run Classic. Don't let Legionnaire get past you as well. Let's go over to the 10 real quick. That is Long Range Toddy. He was second in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix last year here at Keeneland Racecourse, and then just simply has not been able to replicate that type of performance. They take the blinkers back off after wearing them in his last 2 in the Ring the Bell at Oaklawn and the Razorback handicap. So we'll see how he fares on the cutback in distance. He's a big price, 24-1, but if you follow racing and follow Dallas Stewart, this is his game. He springs upsets in situations like this in these stakes races. And then we'll go over to the favorite, the number 7 horse Run Classic for Tom Durant and Brett Calhoun. Gabby joins me here to talk about the son of the champion sprinter, Run Happy. What did Brett have to say to you over on the paddock side?
Well, first of all, he looks great, and he does look a little cranked up today, which I like to see on the turn back in distance. But Brett said, because I did say, the distance. He clearly thought that he could go long, and why does he find himself in this spot today? And he said he probably maxes out at 1 mile and a 16th. He's probably best at 1 turn, so that's why he finds himself in this spot today. But one little concern was that he said he's a very big horse, and he doesn't expect him to be forwardly placed. And with the lack of pace in here, it could take him a while to get going. So I thought this horse would be forwardly placed from his past performances, but Brett kind of seems that he might need pace to run after.
We'll see how it turns out. He's 8-5 right now. All Stakes pick 5, $800,000. quickly approaching $1 million as this group is quickly approaching the starting gate for the 7/8 run in the Grade 3 Commonwealth.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, 36th running of the Commonwealth Stakes, Grade 3, start of the All Stakes, Pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off in the Commonwealth. There goes Run Classic out for the lead from between horses. Heart Rhythm is right there in the opening strides, and also Pro-Occident up close as well as they join up for the lead battle. Long Range Toddy going to be part of that crowd as well. Run Classic has the lead. Pro-Occident there between horses. Long Range Toddy up on the far outside. Heart Rhythm down to the inside. And then Hoist the Gold moves by that one now into 4th. Heart Rhythm is 5th. Hoist the Gold going to move out to the center of the racetrack. And then further back, Nakatomi, who is a lane off the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. Hear My Song alongside of that one. Get Her Number down to the inside, nearly 7 from the front. Legionnaire alongside of that one onto the turn. And Spankster is last, opening quarter, 22.89 seconds. Back up front, Run Classic against the rail, leads it. Only a half length. Long Range Toddy is second. Hoist the Gold is in third. And Hear My Song swings to the far outside. The front 4 line up across the racetrack. Nakatomi is 5th behind them as they turn for home. And then Pro-Occident 6th back toward the inside. Hear My Song comes after Hoist the Gold. Those two going at it now for the lead. Run Classic is still there down toward the inside. Hear My Song, Hoist the Gold at the 16th pole. These two going at it. Hear My Song tries to poke ahead in front. Hoist the Gold is game. And it looked to be Hear My Song, but that'll be a photo for the win. If not, Hoist the Gold, one of those two.
Hear My Song getting the victory, the son of Cross Traffic, able to outfinish this group. The gray in the middle of the track with Alex Achard in the saddle. His first win since a allowance victory at Churchill Downs, as he'll put away the competition late in stretch to take the Grade 3 Commonwealth.
This horse ranged up, though, at the top of the stretch, and he just looked like he had so much horse. It also looked like the number 1, Hoist the Gold, might be able to pull off for it with a victory, but this horse just had so much left in the tank and pulls off the upset in the Commonwealth at 11-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 9, Hear My Song first. 1, Hoist the Gold second. 3, Get Her Number third. 2, Nakatomi fourth. 9, 1, 3, 2. Unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 9-1-3-2 official results. Official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, 36th running of the Commonwealth Grade 3. 9, Hear My Song, owned by Nathan Hayden, who bred the winner in Kentucky. Trained by Billy Stinson Jr., Alex Ashard, the winning jockey. Hear My Song, a 5-year-old gelded son of Cross Traffic out of Mi Vieira by DeHare. 1 minute, 23.42 seconds. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Senator Damon Thayer makes the trophy presentation for the Grade 3 Commonwealth to the connections of Hear My Song.
Hear My Song, taking the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes for William Stinson and Alex Achard, and he ranged up with a big run. What was the position like for you early on in this race with the way that he ended up finishing up?
Well, he broke well, and then, he was kind of, he couldn't really keep up with the pace. And I was fine with that, but, further we were going, and, he just dragged me to, closer to the lead. And, I mean, I came close to the lead, like, faster than I thought, and I was a bit worried turning for home because I was closer than I thought, like I said. I mean, he just surprised us all the time. He's great.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
To stand here in the Keeneland turf course, picking up a Grade 3 with Hear My Song, how does it feel, William?
Oh, unbelievable. It hadn't sunk in yet, but, I mean, we knew he was capable. I mean, he runs every time. He's just a nice horse.
Alex was commenting on the fact that he made the lead a little bit sooner than maybe he wanted to. Were you worried in that situation that he found himself in?
Well, you're always worried when you're running against them kind of horses, but until they cross the wire. But it's just a good day. Good day.
Where does this win rank amongst your wins in your training career?
It's the top. It's the top. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hear My Song, Grade 3 winner in the Commonwealth here at Keeneland.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, the Appalachian. Turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double pick 3, all stakes pick 4, and the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 6, 8, and 11. About to get underway here in race 6. No changes. Seventh race looking ahead. No changes in race 7. In the 8th race, a reminder in race 8, take out the also eligible number 13. Nobody Listens did not draw into the race. 9th race, Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, no changes. 10th race has no changes. Checking the 11th and final event, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw in. Jockey change on the 5, Regimental, Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros on 5, Regimental.
All stakes pick 4 time here at Keeneland. We begin with the 3-year-old fillies in the $400,000 Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by Japan Racing Association. Against all stakes pick 4 begins here. Papilio is who we're taking a look at right now. 6-1 on the board. At part of the middle of this field as far as the parimutuel wagering and the win pools are concerned. This is a Star Spangled Banner filly owned in part by DJ Stable and Medallion Racing and others for Mark Cassie, who put together a very impressive U.S. debut. She's a filly that began her career over in Ireland, picked up a couple of wins over there, ran against Group 2 company in the Airlie Stud Stakes at the Curragh in June of last year, and wasn't beaten all that far off with Jamie Spencer riding that day. But nonetheless, she showed that she's adapted quickly to U.S. racing. And in her most recent start, she found herself in a couple of spots where she was actually stopped, and she was able to recover from that and be beaten only ahead by Dance Macabre, that nice filly of Kelsey Danner. So an impressive U.S. debut. A little surprised that she is 6-1. I thought that she would take more action than this, but we'll take it. Like her on top, she is currently right now in the saddling stalls, getting ready to go here for Mark Cassie, and Javier Castellano gets the chance to ride her here today in her second start in the United States. The number 7 horse, Pleasant Passage, for Emery Hamilton and Shug McGahee. More Than Ready filly. Right now, the 8-5 favorite. I have no problem with her being the favorite whatsoever. She's an adaptable filly. She's yet to run a bad race. She was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf here at Keeneland back in November behind that Aidan O'Brien runner, Meditate. She won her first 2 starts. She's just an adaptable, versatile filly. Good horses can do just about anything. Whether it's turf, dirt, synthetic, sprint, go long, that's my opinion of good horses, and she really looks like she's going to turn out to be a good horse because she's adapted to paces that have not been all that quick and set the pace. She can rally from off the pace if it quickens. A lot of times these horses get in the habit of wanting to do the exact same thing over and over again, or expected to do the same thing. But like I said, good horses can adapt to situations, and we have seen that with this number 7 filly in here over the course of her short career. Pleasant Passage, with Tyler Gaffalione getting the opportunity to ride her here this afternoon. And then the 3-horse Cairo Consorts for Rapoli Stable and Town and Country Racing, a filly by Cairo Prince, who had a very good winner down at Gulfstream Park. There is nothing to knock with this filly. She's Grade 1 place. She was second in the Natalma at Woodbine during her 2-year-old season. She was third behind Pleasant Passage in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf. And since moving over to Todd Pletcher's barn, she's only been beaten once. She won the Ginger Brew by a half of a length, and she's continued to step up in company. She blew the start in the Swedish Chance Stakes, the Grade 3, on the 4th of February down in Hallandale Beach, Florida. And Irad never panicked in that race. He got her to settle, and she ran on big time as she's acting up a bit down there in the paddock as she gets set for this Keeneland return for her second career start. And then last time out, it was all about the pace. She just did not have the kind of pace that she had seen in her previous 2 starts, and that ultimately caught up with her in the end. So as far as the pace is concerned in this race, I think it's a tough gauge. I don't think it'll be all that quick in here. Wouldn't be shocked if well into the 9 from the outside tries to be part of that based on the way that she's gone in this race. But this filly has made a habit lately of trying to close from well off the pace. And if it doesn't quicken the way that it has in her previous 2 wins, she might find herself in a spot, especially with the step up in competition, in my opinion, that she's facing here today in the Appalachian. Race number 6, less than 12 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 35th running Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Grade 2, a mile on the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. 3-year-old fillies, double, pick 3, all stakes pick 4, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, comprised of races 6, 8, and 11. No changes here in race 6. Post time in just 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Beautiful Navigator, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others. Owned also by Alfred Riccio, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey James Graham. 2, Papilio, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green. Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, owned also by Barry Fowler. And Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Javier Castellano. 3, Cairo Consort, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, Town and Country Racing LLC of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 4, Heavenly Sunday, owned by Maya Comet Farm of William Harrigan, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux. 5, Alphabella, owned by Don Alberto Stable of Carlos Heller, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Joel Rosario. 6, Be Your Best, owned by Mike Ryan, trained by Horacio De Paz, Luis Saez, the jockey. 7, Pleasant Passage, owned by Emery Hamilton, Shug McGahee trains, Tyler Gaffalione rides. 8, Sabalenka, owned by DeRico Racing and Breeding LLC of Joe DeRico, trained by Whit Beckman, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. 9, Well Into, owned by Augustin Stable, George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Jonathan Thomas, Vince Chaminade to ride. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
Yet another brilliant-looking group of stakes horses here at Keeneland, this time for the Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association. And with that, we've got prices on some very good horses, good prices on good horses. And starting with Be Your Best for Mike Ryan and Horacio De Paz. This is a filly by Muharar, that son of Oasis Dream. European pedigree on the top, Medaglia d'Oro on the dam side, Irish-bred filly who won her first 2. She's a stakes winner who won the P.G. Johnson at Saratoga during that middle part of the 2-year-old campaign, 3rd in the Miss Grillo behind Pleasant Passage, and then didn't run to expectations, or hopes, I would guess you could say, more than anything in the Breeders' Cup after finding herself into some trouble. She comes off the 5-month layoff. She looks beautiful. She's got Saez in the saddle, so Be Your Best, the number 6 horse, certainly one that wouldn't be a shocker based on what she's done over her career, short career, making her 3-year-old debut here today. Sabalenka is the 8, another one making her 3-year-old debut. She looks beautiful out there. This is a filly by Good Samaritan for Whit Beckman. Whit Beckman, for the longest time, an assistant to Chad Brown, one of the best turf trainers, modern-day turf trainers that this game has and will continue to see. And she comes off of a win going wire-to-wire at Churchill Downs. We saw Mo Stash go wire-to-wire in the Colt equivalent of this race, so we'll see if those tactics are implied here, or put into play here today, because she could be close to the pace, and as I mentioned before, so could the 9-horse Well Into, who's 16-1. She's a filly with a good pedigree. She's by Into Mischief for Mr. Strawbridge's Augustin Stable. Vince Chaminade gets the opportunity to ride her, and her 2 races, she went wire-to-wire in winning a maiden special weight and then a first-level allowance race at Gulfstream in her most recent start. So a phenomenal betting race coming up in the Appalachian Grade 2 Company, presented by the Japan Racing Association. And a final reminder that this race does start the all-stakes pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager. The pool over $321,000, should be over $500,000 once we settle at post time here in the Appalachian. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 35th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, a Grade 2. Starts the All Stakes Pick 4 and the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. They're off in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. There goes Pleasant Passage, Heavenly Sunday, well into to join that pair as they go to the first turn. Well into moves up to the outside. Heavenly Sunday is there against the rail. They are the top two. Pleasant Passage will go third. Be Your Best is fourth. Cairo Consort saves ground to the inside. In fifth, Papilio against the rail is in sixth. Alpha Bella alongside that one is in seventh position. Beautiful Navigator is eighth. Sabalenka last of the nine. Opening quarter, 23.5 seconds on to the backstretch. Heavenly Sunday, the leader. Heavenly Sunday leads it by a length and a half. Well into is now in the second position by a length and a half. Pleasant Passage goes third, 3/4 of a length. Be Your Best is fourth, just to her outside. And then Cairo Consort, Papilio between horses, Alpha Bella toward the outside. Beautiful Navigator back toward the rail, picks up 2 positions, still 6 lengths from the lead. Further back, Sabalenka now last. First half mile was 48.27 seconds. On to the far turn they go. Heavenly Sunday leads at 3/4 of a length. Well into second, the same margin. Then Pleasant Passage. And then Be Your Best. And these four start to line up around the far turn. Cairo Consort is in fifth, looking toward the inside. 2 lengths from that front foursome at the top of the stretch. And then Beautiful Navigator, still 5 lengths from the lead. Well into, right alongside of Heavenly Sunday now. Heavenly Sunday, well into, right there. These two going at it. Pleasant Passage is in third position. A late run, Papilio needs to find more. Late run, Cairo Consort needs to find more. They're all bearing down. Papilio is running fast with Cairo Consort. Heavenly Sunday is still there, and it is Papilio, Javier Castellano, to win the Appalachian.
Ears pricked as she crosses the wire and gallops out, proud of herself, and she should be. Papilio had just a couple beat as they straightened for home, and she had to dig in and throw it all down to pass the fillies down to her inside. She had 4 others to pass, but she does so at odds of 5-1 and backs up that nice run we saw from her down in South Florida.
Scott, I don't know how she pulled this off. She was last at the top of the stretch, and it looked like it took her a couple of strides to really get her feet underneath of her. You could see the filly to her inside. She was just a couple lengths off the pace. She didn't have as much work to do. This was a super performance by Papilio in her second start in North America.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Papilio first. Number 3, Cairo Consort was second. The 4, Heavenly Sunday was third. Number 9, Well Into was fourth. 2, 3, 4, 9, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 6th race, 35th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, Grade 2. Number 2, Papilio, owned by DJ Stable of Leonard Green, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, owned also by Barry Fowler, and Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston. The trainer, Mark Cassie, the jockey, Javier Castellano. Papilio, 3-year-old filly by Star Spangled Banner, out of Glafira by High Chaparral. Winner bred in Ireland by SCEA Marmion and Mr. A. Jathir. 1 mile over the turf, listed good today, 1 minute 36.32 seconds. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race. 2349 official. Kentaro Sakurai and Ryo Saito make the trophy presentation for the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, to the connections of Papilio.
Grade 2 Appalachian, presented by the Japan Racing Association, going to Papilio, Marquesi, Javier Castellano aboard for the ride. How quick does she pick things up for you?
She really did. I like the way she did it today. You know, I covered her road like a European horse, covered up in the top of the stretch. I let her see the deadlight. I like the way he picked it up quick, you know, the way he finished really good. I didn't have to use it much. I just had to pile a little bit all the way to the wire.
Was she ducking in a little bit late?
She really did. I think when I saw the deadlight, you see all the crowd, all the grandstand, I think she was looking around a little bit. But very handily. I like the way she did it. I'm very satisfied. And thank you for the opportunity, Marcasi, all the owner team, and I appreciate for the opportunity.
Congratulations, Javi.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Mark, is that exactly how you drew it up, to have her come from that far back to win the Appalachian?
I didn't draw it up. I always tell him, I say, how many races have you won? Because I've won 0 riding, so I don't really give many instructions. She's got an amazing turn of foot. If she ever learns to run in a straight line, who knows how good she is. But day was big. Yesterday was a rough day. You go home licking your wounds, and today's a better day.
Always live to fight another day. Is she a tricky filly? Is she that type?
No, she isn't really. She's actually a sweetie. She just runs in different directions. I think once she gets it around here, she's going to be very tough. So keep our fingers crossed that we'll head to Churchill after this.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Papilio showing some brilliance today in the Appalachian Grade 2, presented by Japan Racing Association.
Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, 22nd running of the Madison Grade 1. Main track is listed fast, double pick 3 and late pick 5 wagering here. Main track is fast, turf listed good today. No changes in the 7th race. Looking ahead to race 8. A reminder, in the 8th race, take out the also eligible number 13, Nobody Listens, did not draw into the race. No changes in the featured 9th, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. No changes in race 10. Looking to the 11th race, in race 11, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Regimental, Chris Landeros. That's in the 11th race, number 5, Regimental jockey Chris Landeros.
opening weekend, yet another Breeders' Cup winner competing here on opening weekend at Keeneland, something that we've grown accustomed to, and yet another champion. This is the champion female sprinter from last year, Goodnight Olive, who went on an absolute tear through 2022, winning 4 of 4, including the Grade 1 Ballerina, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Only 4 choose to oppose this Grade 1 winner, multiple Grade 1 winner here today. And I think it's just a sign of respect, Gabby, when it comes to this division. She is that good. We just saw her continue to get better with each and every race as the competition stiffened. And we'll see how she fares here today. But coming into a Grade 1 here at Keeneland, I can't imagine that she's going to be far off of what we saw from her at the end of the season last year when she won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Scott, and looking at her in the paddock, not only does she look the picture, but she also looks incredibly fit. She looks race fit coming on off this layoff. And last year, when she was running in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, if you watch that race, she dominated. And in any type of sprint race, when you win by over 2 lengths, I think that is dominating the field. And she did it really easily, and that was against the best in her division. And no knock to the rest of the field today, but I would say they still have a couple of steps forward to take in order to be considered at the top of the division. So Goodnight Olive, by no means am I trying to beat her. She is the class, and she looks ready to roll off the layoff.
At 1 to 5, that's a short price, but it makes sense with this champion filly against a group like this in the Grade 1 Madison. Now, horses that are going to try to beat her, there are some solid fillies in here, and solid might be a bit of an understatement because you got Society. Let's start there, the 3-horse. The Gunrunner filly for Peter Blum, thoroughbred Steve Asmussen, and Florent Giroux gets the opportunity. She's a Grade 1 winner. She won the Cotillion in September at Parks, the filly flip side of the Pennsylvania Derby, and then she ran in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She was part of the pace that day. If she's going to spring the upset, it's going to be outrunning Goodnight Olive early on in this race, which I think she's capable of doing, capable of outrunning her early on. It's just a matter, can she hold off Goodnight Olive, who will be coming to her late over the course of the 7 furlongs?
Yes, I think that's going to be the strategy for Society, but there is another filly in here, and Ugiri, who I think is not slow either. So I think the pace is going to come from these two. Society is a very, very nice filly. She proved that in the Grade 1 Cotillion. She is one that I think is better, kind of at a high cruising speed. I still wonder, is she going to be very good at 1-turn distances this season, or will she continue to be better at the 1 1/16, say, just a distance that was definitely her best performance in the Grade 1 Cotillion? We will see. I do think we'll see Florent Giroux, though, be aggressive coming out of the starting gate and try to establish that front-running position.
Mary Quite Contrary is the number 5 horse who will be trying to close late, but we move over to Ugiri, who is 8 to 1 on the board right now. Another one that you mentioned should be part of the pace. I mean, that's her game. Gate speed and try to hold on. But she's never gone 7 furlongs in the past. She did win going a 1 1/16, going the 2 turns in the Fantasy last year. But 7 furlongs with these types of sprinters is a different ball game than what she's seen in her 1-turn races.
I kind of think she's going to be a little bit better at 7 furlongs, and that's why I used her second. She's been capable and very good against her sprint competitors in the last 2 starts at Oaklawn, going 6 furlongs, but she was capable of going gate to wire in the Fantasy at a 1 1/16. She kind of ran off in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks last season, and I think that's why Rudolph Brisset deciding to turn her back in distance for this season. But Scott, I think she's capable at 6 furlongs. I think she might be better at this middle distance.
This is the 3rd Pick 5 opportunity, starting with race number 7 of the day. We had the All Stakes Pick 5 start a few races back. This is the late Pick 5, which will conclude with the 11th and final. So another Pick 5 opportunity to come, and same with the late Pick 4, which will start with race number 8. It begins with the Grade 1 Madison, featuring the champion female sprinter Goodnight Olive, who sits at 1 to 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 22nd running of the Madison Grade 1. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 7. Double and pick 3 wagering at start of the late pick 5. Post time in just 7 minutes. Main track is fast. Turf listed good. Now the post parade for the Grade 1 Madison number 1 Cocktail Moments, owned by Dixiana Farms LLC of William Shively, trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 2 Goodnight Olive, owned by First Row Partners of Steve Lehman, owned by Team Hanley of Jay Hanley, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 Society, owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC of Peter Blum, trained by Steve Asmussen, jockey Florent Giroux. 4 Ugiri, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Tsunebumi Yoshihara, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. And 5 Mary Quite Contrary, owned by Rodney Lundock, trained by Shug McGahee. Luca Panici is up. 6 minutes until post.
Here's a look at the group for the Grade 1 Madison here at Keeneland Racecourse. Start of the late pick 5, 384,000 in that pool. Goodnight Olive, here she is, the champion, making her presence known here in the Grade 1 Madison, back to racing for the first time since her biggest success to date in the 7-figure Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And Irad Ortiz Jr. has not lost a race with this filly since her debut at Gulfstream Park.
Ooh, she's getting a stiff warm-up there under Irad Ortiz Jr., who, like you said, has been aboard her for the last several starts. Scott, she looks great. She's dappled. She has that rich, healthy-looking coat, and she also looks very fit. I spoke to Steve Lehman, who represents First Row Partners, who is part of this partnership with this filly. He said he talked to Chad. Chad said she's ready to roll. He's not here today, but obviously well represented by all of the partners this afternoon.
She's 2-5 right now, drifting just a touch in the wagering, as the 3 who's on your screen, the Chestnut Filly Society, has come to 9-2 on the board. As we mentioned before, she is a Grade 1 winner. She's so far been a win or nothing type, and I'm not saying that in a negative way. The 2 times that she's lost was once in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Distaff, and then the Charlestown Oaks, which is a 3-turn mile and an eighth race around the bull ring. Actually, she won the Charlestown Oaks. She lost the Coaching Club American Oaks, my apologies, to Ness, the best 3-year-old filly from last year. So we'll see how she fares. I think she might be the type that she loses confidence once horses come to her or get past her.
I think she needs a lead, and that is a question turning back to the 7 furlongs. And Scott, she has to prove, in my opinion, especially at the price at 9-2, she's second choice on the board. She has to prove that she is as good at a 1-turn distance. She has not sprinted. She has not gone 1 turn since an allowance win at Churchill Downs back in May.
And there's another example of the gun runner Tappet Cross working so brilliantly in a very short amount of time. We're on the 5 horse now. That is Mary Quite Contrary, 7-1, second longest shot by just a touch. She has been on a tear as of late. She's won 5 in a row, but she has not faced anything close to what she's running against here today.
No, but sometimes we see these sprinters, they can step up to the plate and still succeed, even though she hasn't faced this caliber of competition. I think she deserves to be in this race, Scott. Where else do you go with a filly like this? She won the Grade 2 Inside Information easily. Once you win a Grade 2, you got to go for the Grade 1 gold.
She's 7-1 on the board, pick 5 pool, late pick 5, nearing $500,000. And then the number 4 horse, Ugiri, the Shackelford filly, bred by the Yoshiharas and sent out by Rudy Brisset, a filly that won the Carousel Stakes at Oaklawn Park in 10 flat. Prior to that, she won in 10 flat as well. So she's a fast filly. There's no question about it. This should be an interesting run down the backstretch between her and Society.
Yeah, she is very fast, and I think she might even be able to improve at the 7 furlongs.
There's a look at Harley and the champion, Goodnight Olive, as she looks for her third Grade 1 victory in today's Madison.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 22nd running of the Madison Grade 1. Start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off in the Madison. Goodnight Olive comes right out for the early lead. Ugiri is there with her, though, and Society in between that pair as they head up the back stretch. Now here's Society moving up between horses. Ugiri, to her outside, has the lead by a neck. Goodnight Olive is third, close up down toward the inside. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Mary Quite Contrary, who's in the 4th position, and Cocktail Moments last of the 5. Back up front, Society against the rail. Ugiri on her outside. They contest the lead. 2 lengths in front of Goodnight Olive. Gap of 2.5 more to Mary Quite Contrary onto the far turn. And Cocktail Moments is last. 22.53 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Society the leader. She leads it by just a neck. Ugiri is there. Now Goodnight Olive switches lanes, comes toward the far outside. Here's Goodnight Olive making her move to take the lead by a head around the far turn. Society still there toward the inside, though. Ugiri between that pair is third. Gap of 3. Mary Quite Contrary is swinging out to the center of the track in 4th. Cocktail Moments last of the 5. Goodnight Olive has the lead. Mary Quite Contrary trying to chase her down with 1/8 of a mile to go, and Society is third back toward the inside. Good Night Olive. Just over a 16th to go. Mary Quite Contrary still trying, still 2 lengths away. The champ in front. Good Night Olive chased all the way by Mary Quite Contrary. Good Night Olive to win the Grade 1 Madison for Irad Ortiz Jr. in a successful season's debut. 1 minute 23.12 seconds.
The champ comes back with another Grade 1 victory here today. She was sharp away from the starting gate. She got to the outside of the fillies that were to her outside, Society and Yagiri, and she kicked on. She did have a stout customer to her outside who ran a big race, the number 5 horse, Mary Quite Contrary, but she couldn't get to the now 3-time Grade 1 winner.
You could see Irad Ortiz Jr., he kind of ducked down towards the inside rail, and then he saw this filly, the 5, Mary Quite Contrary, rolling on the outside. So he angled out a couple of paths just to make sure that Goodnight Olive saw her coming, because we know that if she did, she would fight back that challenge, and she certainly did with a resounding victory at 1-4.
Are both
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 2, Goodnight Olive was first. 5, Mary Quite Contrary was second. 3, Society was third. 1, Cocktail Moments fourth. 2, 5, 3, 1, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 2, 5, 3, 1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 22nd running of the Madison Grade 1, number 2, Goodnight Olive. Owned by First Row Partners of Steve Lehman, owned also by Team Hanley of Jay Hanley. The trainer is Chad Brown. The jockey, Hirad Ortiz Jr., his second winner on the card. Goodnight Olive, a 5-year-old mare by Go Sapper out of Salty Strike by Smart Strike. Winner bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.12 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Madison. Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton presents the trophy to the connections of Goodnight Olive.
Hirad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the ride on the champion. Goodnight Olive as she secures another Grade 1, this time in the Madison at Keeneland. She broke sharp, but you decided to work your way to the outside of the fillies that were to your outside. Why'd you decide to make that decision on the backstretch?
She always broke good. I talked to a trainer. I want a good pace in front of me. She can go either to the lead or she can come from off the pace. And I thought they have more speed than me, but I know the first couple of jumps she's going to break good, so I make them go, maybe try to be a strong pace in front of me, so I can be available to take back without fighting too much and hit the clear earlier, and it worked out perfect. I sit right in behind the speed, tip him out, and let him do his thing, and she do the rest.
Do you see any difference with this mare filly now as she moves into this new season after the championship season that she had last year?
She's been so nice every time. I mean, even last year, and since I get on her, she's a nice filly. The trainer and the whole team, they did a great job to bring it back. She don't run. Last time she ran was in the Breeders' Cup last year, and they did a great job bring it back ready. I think that was a great teamwork.
Well done.
Thank you.
Hirad Ortiz Jr., congratulations to Chad Brown and his team as Goodnight Olive picks up yet another Grade 1 here at Keeneland, this time in the Madison.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 27th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed good today. Temporary rail is down. A reminder, take out number 13. Nobody Listens did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass has no changes. No changes either in race 10. Looking ahead to the 11th race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 5 Regimental, Chris Landeros. That's in race 11, jockey for the 5 Regimental, Chris Landeros.
One of the more difficult races this weekend, opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse, as we will start the conversation for the Shakertown Grade 2 Company with the number 8 horse. We'll begin actually with the number 3 horse, We'll get to the 8 in a moment. Caravel, as Artemis City Limits is who we're taking a peek at right now. This is my top selection. This is a horse that has been ultra consistent, recently 5th behind Caravel in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint here at Keeneland Racecourse for Paradise Farms, David Studeker and others. And Irad looking for another stakes win in back-to-back manner here at Keeneland Racecourse. But he's a pace setter when he's at his best. He'll sit close to the pace if he's sharp away from the gate. And there's no reason to think that he won't be, Gabby. He has broken sharp and on top in many of his recent races. So Artemis City Limits, a Temple City gelding, the number 3 horse, 3-1 on the board right now. That currently makes him the second choice behind the Breeders' Cup winner from last fall, Caravel.
And mind you, Scott, last time out in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Caravel had a lot go her way. She broke well. She went gate to wire. Golden Pal didn't necessarily break or get out of the starting gate. Artemis City Limits was breaking from post 13 out of 14. So she had to overcome, or he had to overcome all those horses towards his inside to get the right type of trip. I think it's a game changer now that he has a better post position.
You've got Oceanic on top, this Constitution gelding, 3 for 4 in the money, 1 win at Keeneland's, 3 for 4 in the money here at Keeneland Racecourse. He comes off of an attempt in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint where he just made no impact in that race from a far outside draw.
And he was wide throughout. He just kind of loped around the going 5.5 furlongs and the turf sprint. Unfortunately, it just looked like he never got into the race, and it was unfortunate. But this is a better horse than that, as we saw in the Woodford 2 starts back when he had to close into the likes of Golden Pal. And that is notable, Scott, because when you have a horse with the speed that Golden Pal has, a lot of horses can't make up that gap. And he did. He closed from multiple lengths off the pace to get up for second, and prior to that, he won a nice little turf sprint at Colonial Downs. There's a little bit here, and I like the fact that he's 8-1. He's live on the board right now at that price.
We then move over to Caravel, the latest Breeders' Cup winner to compete this weekend here at Keeneland on opening weekend. We just saw Goodnight Olive come back in fine order in the Grade 1 Madison. This is a more difficult situation for Caravel. Given the field size, she's facing boys. I know she beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, but as you pointed out, a part of that was the fact that Golden Pal did not break sharp like he was expected to, like he had done so many times in the past when he was brilliant here at Keeneland. So that went her way. She's quick, there's no question about it, and she sits at 9-5 on the board. She's clearly a contender, but I don't know that I'd be accepting 9-5 in this race against these types here today, given that she was 40+1 in the Breeders' Cup last fall.
Look, I'm a big fan of Caravel, and she should be appreciated and respected for the form that she had last year. But prior to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, she had gone against males a couple of times and hadn't been able to pull off with a win. She had a lot go her way to go gate to wire in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. And I don't think that this is that easy of a field today, and she likely could get a little pace pressure on the front end if some of the other speed horses have a clean break. I really like her, but I also thought that she got a little bit better in the fall. This is springtime. We're just getting the year started. So we'll see. I agree, though, Sky. I had 9-5. I can understand why, because she is the champion from last year, or she is the Breeders' Cup winner from last year. But this just seems like a very wide-open race to me.
Sun's starting to peek out here, warming up on the front side. No doubt about it. Very similar to what we saw on opening day. Let's go over to the 20-1 shots. The number 2 horse, Mark of the Z. Now, for anybody from the state of Michigan, maybe this is your horse. He is a Michigan bred. There he is walking through the screen. One of the better Michigan breds, I promise you, in the history of thoroughbred racing. He's made over $273,000. He loves it here at Keeneland. He's 3 for 3 with 2 victories, 3 for 3 in the money, 2 victories, 1 second place finish. He beat Johnny Unleashed, blowing past him in the stretch in that 3rd level allowance race back in the fall here at Keeneland. And when E.T. Baird shows up here to ride him at Keeneland, that is always a plus. E.T. suits this horse brilliantly, and he gets the leg up 20-1. Don't overlook Mark of the Z.
Yeah, he is a very consistent horse, 11-time winner out of 40 starts, and his races have been fast. That race that he won here at Keeneland, the allowance race, it was fast. He got a 91 Beyer speed figure, and that would put him on par with running a very good race and at least hitting the board at 20-1.
Riders up for the Shakertown Grade 2 Company, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. This one starts the late pick 4 on this 11-race card here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 27th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. 3-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double, pick 3, late pick 4 wagering. A reminder, number 13 did not draw into the race. Post time coming up in just 8 minutes. Now the post parade for the Shakertown. Number 1, Johnny Unleashed, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, owned also by Lonnie Reynolds, H&H Horses LLC of Chris Phelps, and owned by Joseph Mills, trained by Eric Foster, Gerardo Corrales the jockey. 2, Mark of the Z, owned and trained by Jose Rodriguez. E.T. Baird is up. 3, Artemis City Limits, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stodiker, Michael Dubb, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 4, Baker's Bay, owned by Phipps Stable of Daisy Phipps Polito, trained by Tom Drury, Joe Talamo is up. 5, Mr. Owned by Forge Ahead Stables LLC of Kevin Kuda, trained by Wayne Catalano, jockey Corey Lannery. 6, All in Sync, owned by Ed and Susie Orr, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, Noble Emotion, owned by Mike Ryan and Sarah Sutherland, trained by Horatio De Paz, Luis Saez to ride. 8, Caravel, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned also by Mark DeTample, and Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 9 is Bad Beat Brian, owned by Marsico Brothers Racing. Jonathan, Lewis Jr., Lewis III, and Michael, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, the jockey Chris Amy. 10 Oceanic, owned by Surfside Stables LLC of Debbie Apple, trained by Jordan Blair, jockey Edgar Morales. 11 Stitched, owned by Nathan McCauley, Michael Olszewski, and William Minton, trained by Greg Foley, the jockey Florent Giroux. And 12 Arrest Me Red, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. Post time at 5 minutes.
There is a look at last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner, Caravel. Wearing the Qatar Racing Silks is Tyler Gaffleone, and Tyler rode her in her last 2 wins. In fact, rode her to a win in the Intercontinental as well last year. A very productive season in 2022. She made nearly $1 million from those 5 wins from 8 starts. When she's at her best, she is sharp away from the starting gate. And just taking a look at the horses that surround her, it looks like she should be able to break away from those those horses, older horses that she's facing off against, the Colts and Geldings that she's running against here today in the Grade 2 Shakertown. So coming up on post time, race number 8, Shakertown, featuring the Breeders' Cup winner from last year, Caravel, looking to pick up another graded stakes win here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 27th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Shakertown. Stitched, Bad Beat Brian. There's Caravel now. Caravel moves up and puts a head in front. Artemis City Limits right there to the inside. In the early going in second. Bad Beat Brian third up on the outside. Mr. Is in the fourth spot, headed to the far turn. Stitched is fifth on the outside. Oceanic, sixth between horses. Arrest Me Red, seventh up on the outside. Noble Emotion, eighth down toward the rail. All in Sync is ninth. Mark of the Z is 10th. Baker's Bay, 11th. Johnny Unleashed, 12th and last. 21.86 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Caravel against the rail, leads it by a half length. Bad Beat Brian is second by 2 lengths. Artemis City Limits is in third. Mr. Is in fourth. Stitch just fifth up on the outside. Arrest Me Red is still far back. Eighth of a mile to go. Caravel the leader. Bad Beat Brian is there. Stitch is there. Arrest Me Red on the far outside. Bad Beat Brian right alongside of Caravel. Arrest Me Red is third, still 4 lengths away. Caravel fights on. Bad Beat Brian is right alongside. Oceanic is running late. Down to the wire. Caravel prevails by a neck in the Shakertown for Tyler Gaffalione.
And she had to battle back to pull off this victory. Caravel, the heart of a champion, on full display here at Keeneland Racecourse, because Bad Beat Brian and Chris Amy ranged up alongside of her, poked their nose in front, but she dug back in to pull off this win in the Shakertown.
How nice is this filly? As you mentioned, Scott, she has the heart of a lion. She would not be defeated today. Her ears pinned back coming down the stretch. She felt the presence of the 9. Bad Beat Brian right to her outside, and she dug in and found more to hang on, actually come back on the inside for this victory.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 8, Caravel first. Number 9, Bad Beat Brian second. Number 12, Arrest Me Red was third. Number 10, Oceanic fourth. 8, 9, 12, 10, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 8, 9, 12, 10, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 27th running of the Shakertown Stakes Grade 2, number 8, Caravel, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned also by Mark DeTample and Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman. The trainer is Brad Cox, 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Caravel, 6-year-old mare by Mizzen Mast out of ZZ Zoom Zoom by Congrats. The winner bred in Pennsylvania by Elizabeth Merriman. 1 minute 2.58 seconds. For the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Shakertown trustee Megan F. Nicholson presents the trophy for the Shakertown to the Connections of Caravel.
Caravel picking up another graded stakes win here in the Shakertown at Keeneland Racecourse. Sheikh Fahad, part of Qatar Racing, the owner of this filly, and Tyler Gaffleone doing it for you once again. How was that surge back once Bad Beat Brian got a bit in front of you down Leighton stretch?
Oh, man, I loved it. She showed so much heart there. She's a tremendous filly. I'm just lucky enough to be able to guide her around there.
What is she like out on the racetrack? Does she just want to continue to be out in front of horses? Is that her mindset always?
You know, it just depends on her break. She's a very alert filly. She jumped well today, so I didn't want to take anything away from her.
Congratulations, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
Sheikh Fahad, it was a difficult decision whether to come back this year, I'm sure, after what she had accomplished last year, capped off with a win in the Breeders' Cup, but obviously justified given this performance. What was your mindset as she was passed late in stretch by Bad Beat Brian?
It was nice to see her gutsy performance. She did that in the Breeders' Cup, and she did this again today, and it is very hard once you get headed to come back again, but it was nice to see, and I think it bodes well for the future for her.
Was it how difficult was the decision to come back here in 2023 after what she accomplished last season?
It wasn't that difficult, to be honest, because my brothers and I had a chat, and they want good horses running around the world, and she fits the bill perfectly, so it wasn't that tough, to be honest.
You've had success around the world, as you've mentioned. What's it like to win here at Keeneland?
Oh, it's lovely. I always love winning in Keeneland. We had Peace and War win the Alcibiades before, and it's lovely winning great ones in Keeneland and group races in Keeneland, and it's a fantastic race course and fantastic atmosphere, and I'm happy to be here.
Sheikh Fahad, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Carabelle, Shakertown winner, grade 2 at Keeneland.
Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 99th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Grade 1. Main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 9. Looking ahead, no changes in the 10th race. A reminder, in the 11th and final event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 5, Regimental, Chris Landeros. Again, that's in race 11. Number 5, Regimental, the jockey, Chris Landeros.
This marks the 99th running of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. $1 million on the line, Kentucky Derby points on the line, and obviously spots into the starting gate of 20 for the Run for the Roses on the first Saturday in May over at Churchill Downs. Very productive race in recent years. Zandon, winner of this race last year, the champion 2-year-old, the Central Quality Art Collector, who's come on to be a nice Grade 1 winner, and Vacoma back in 2019, who would turn into a Grade 1 winner beyond the Bluegrass Stakes during his 3-year-old season. And there's a look at Tappet Trice, the gray son of Tappet, who is coming into this race off of 3 consecutive victories for trainer Todd Pletcher, a horse owned by Whisper Hill Farm and Gainesway Stable, bred by Gainesway Stable. Wasn't sharp away from the starting gate. That was the storyline in the Tampa Bay Derby for Tappet Trice, but he was able to overcome that slow start. He was ridden through a vast majority of that race by Luis Saez to get up and win, and pretty comfortably in the end at 2 lengths. We'll see how he deals with this inside post position. Tappet Trice right now even money, clicking up from 4 to 5 from just a moment ago.
Scott,
the number 8 horse, Blazing Sevens for Chad Brown. Chad Brown, no stranger to success in this Toyota Bluegrass. He won just last year with Zandon and also back in 2018 with his champion Good Magic. And Blazing Sevens looking to bounce back off of a disappointing run in the Fountain of Youth Stakes behind Forte, who is going to be the favorite for the Kentucky Derby. And Blazing Sevens gets blinkers on here this afternoon, as Gabby was pointing out earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland. The fact that Chad Brown comes here with this horse has to be viewed as a positive sign following that disappointing run at Gulfstream Park, because it could have easily stayed back and run against a little bit softer of a group in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial up at Aqueduct, which takes place today as well. So he shows up here, Blazing Sevens, a horse that won the Grade 1 Champagne at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet at the tail end of his 2-year-old season. I'm going to look for an upset winner, though, in today's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, and go to the 11-horse Mendelssohn's March for Kenny McPeak, who's a 2-time winner of this Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. This is a colt by Mendelssohn, who put together a very good effort last time out at Oaklawn Park in the slop. So first time on the dirt course for the son of Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn himself from that wonderful family, which includes Beholder as well as Into Mischief. Mendelssohn, a graded stakes winner on dirt and turf. He won the Grade 2 UAE Derby on World Cup night during his 3-year-old season. He was a Breeders' Cup winner on turf, so you could see the reason why they would be motivated to go in that direction with Mendelssohn's March to kick off his career with that topside pedigree, and out of a Galileo mare, one of the all-time great stallions, especially on turf, with the Galileo pedigree on the dam side of Mendelssohn's March. But I think that this is a situation where Brian Hernandez Jr. will use some of the speed that this horse hopefully possesses leaving the starting gate to get positioned like he did yesterday in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Let's not forget that both Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. sprung a 20-1 upset in yesterday's Grade 1 feature, and I'm hoping that the same occurs here today as he sits at odds of 16-1 on the tote board. We just saw Brad Cox down in the paddock as well. He's got such a strong hand that he has played throughout this season. He's got verifying as far as the 3-year-old division is concerned. He's got verifying here in the Toyota Bluegrass, a horse that was 4th in the Grade 2 Rebel, back behind horses, really never had much position over the course of that race, and ultimately I think that's what ended up costing him in the end. So a cleaner run for verifying could lead to a better result, as he is 4-1 on the tote board right now, as this quality group of Grade 1 3-year-olds continues to circle in the paddock at Keeneland Racecourse for a few next stop Kentucky Derby. But first, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, our Saturday feature here at Keeneland, now less than 14 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 99th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Grade 1, 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth over the fast main track. No changes in race 9. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s, 8 minutes until post. The post parade for the Toyota Bluegrass, number 1, Tappet Trice, owned by Whisper Hill Farm LLC of Amanda Pope, Gainesway Stable of Anthony Beck, trained by Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, the jockey. 2, Clear the Air, owned by Cypress Creek Equine of Kevin Moody, Will Walden trains, Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. 3, Verifying, owned by Westerberg Limited and Michael Kustner, owned also by Mrs. John Magner, Jonathan Poulin, Derek Smith, Michael Tabor, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 4, Classic Car Wash, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Javier Castellano. 5, Hayes Strike, owned by Dixiana Farms LLC of William Shively, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey James Graham. 6, Scooby Quando, owned by Andrew and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook, jockey Luan Machado. 7, Sun Thunder, owned by RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talage, owned by Cypress Creek Equine of Kevin Moody, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Florent Giroux. 8, Blazing Sevens, owned by Rodeo Creek Racing LLC of John Capek, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 9, Major Blue, owned by Bob and Ann Gent, Lori Lucas, and D. Wayne Lucas, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, jockey David Cabrera. 10, Race Kane, owned by Andrew and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Joel Rosario. 11, Mendelssohn's March, owned by Harold Lerner LLC of Harold Lerner, Neehawk Stables of Dale Cohen, AWC Stables of Wayne Cutler, and Team Stallion Racing Stable of Jeff Massaro, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. The Toyota Bluegrass, 5 minutes till post.
Tappet Trice is going to lead the pack in the warm-up into the far turn here today. He's now up to 6-5. He was 4-5 on the paddock side, but now sitting at 6-5 as we take a look at Verifying, the number 3 horse for the Coolmore Connections, the son of Justify, the Keeneland sale grad from the September sale of 2021. Needs to be in the clear, as you pointed out, as we saw from him when he was able to pick up that win 2 starts back.
Yeah, I think Tyler's just going to be aggressive from the inside post and go, because this horse was caught in a bad situation last time out where he was bottled up behind horses and was never afforded the opportunity to get in the clear and run. With this inside post position and the overall lack of pace in here, that might be the best option for Tyler Gaffalione.
4-1 on the tote board right now as we're taking a look at the number 3 horse still. That is Verifying, who we were just discussing for those Coolmore Connections, and Gaffalione looking for back-to-back stakes wins. Blazing Sevens is your top selection. Gabby, the 8. What did you soak in as far as looking at this Good Magic colt as he was readying for this Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass?
Blinkers going on, and just judging by how the warm-up is going, judging by how this horse is acting, I think they're trying to get more speed into him. Will he be on the lead? I don't think so, but he's not going to be too far off of it. And Scott, I still believe that he did not like the track last time out. He's going to bounce back in a big way. Looking at, I believe, Race Kane is who we have our eyes on now. That's the number 10 horse, the son of Violence, another Keeneland graduate for Andrew Warren and Randy Warren. Ben Colebrook opting to keep him here at Keeneland versus heading back to New York, where he was successful in the Grade 3 Gotham Stakes. And I say keep him here because the Wood Memorial, their 3-year-old featured event for the New York circuit, is taking place here in, I believe, within the hour, if I'm not mistaken. So 4 minutes to post, race number 9. It's our Grade 1 feature here at Keeneland Racecourse, the marquee race of the spring meet, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 99th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. There goes Clear the Air, verifying. Major Blue has early speed as well as they head for the first turn. Clear the Air has the early lead, though. Verifying goes second. Major Blue comes away running in the third position. Classic Car Wash comes out running in the fourth spot. Mendelssohn's March is in fifth, caught 3 wide around the turn. Scooby Quando between horses moves up 1 spot from sixth. Tap It Trice down toward the inside. Midway on the turn is seventh. Blazing Sevens is in eighth. Sun Thunder is in ninth. Raise Cane is 10th, and a gap of 5 more lengths. Hayes Strike last of the 11. Onto the backstretch they go. Opening quarter, 23.32 seconds. Clear the Air leads at 3/4 of a length. Verifying goes second by a length. Major Blue is third. Here's Tap It Trice. Tap It Trice is moving out in the center of the track at the midpoint of the backstretch. Has Mendelssohn's March right there to his inside. They stack up outside of Major Blue. Classic Car Wash down toward the rail behind them. Tight traffic headed to the far turn as Clear the Air continues to show the way in 48.04 seconds. Clear the Air leads at 3/4 of a length. Here's Verifying in second. Tap It Trice going to be wide to the far turn. Major Blue between horses third, 2 lengths off the lead. Classic Car Wash is in fourth. Blazing Sevens has to go to the center of the track in fifth and is still running 5 lengths from the front. Raise Cane has nearly 10 lengths to make up. So does Scooby Quando. Verifying the leader. Top of the stretch. Tap It Trice is coming on to the outside. Clear the Air drops back. Blazing Sevens is fourth. Mendelssohn's March is fifth. Verifying. Tap It Trice going at it for the lead. 1/8 of a mile to go. Toyota Bluegrass. Verifying is right there to the inside. Tap It Trice is right alongside. Past the 16th pole. Tap It Trice puts ahead in front. Tap It Trice. Tap It Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass in the colors of the Whisper Hill Farm and partner Gainesway Stable. Trained by Todd Pletcher. Ridden by Luis Saez. 1 minute 50 seconds flat.
What a performance from the Keeneland September sales grad, Tap It Trice. Todd Pletcher and Luis Saez. They hook Verifying, who had that position on him early on, but this is a true racehorse. Tapit Trice laying it down and picking up a Grade 1 victory en route to the Kentucky Derby.
Both of them, Scott. These two horses absolutely threw it down, and look at the margin that separated those two and the third place finisher. But Tapit Trice, he really had to work for this, getting past the likes of Verifying, who was digging down gamely on the inside, but he gets up to get the victory and the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass for Todd Pletcher.
Unofficial results for race 9 at Keeneland, 1387. The objection sign is posted. A claim of foul has been lodged by the jockey of number 3, Verifying, against the unofficial winner, number 1, Tapit Trice, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. Program feed to the left, head on to the right. Hold all tickets, objection pending. No change. The result will stand as is. No change. 1387, that result stands. Race 9 results official. 1387, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 99th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Grade 1, number 1, Tappet Trice. Owned by Whisper Hill Farm LLC of Mandy Pope, owned also by Gainesway Stable of Anthony Beck. The trainer Todd Pletcher, his second win on the card, the jockey Luis Saez. Tappet Trice, a 3-year-old son of Tappet out of Danza Trice by Dunkirk, bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited. $1.3 million Keeneland September graduate Tappet Trice gets 9 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 50 seconds flat. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Ms. Susan Elkington, President, Toyota Motor Manufacturing, Kentucky. Mr. Clay Green, Toyota Dealers Association, Central Kentucky. Mr. Shane Sizemore, General Manager, Toyota Motor Sales, Cincinnati Region. They present to the connections of Tappet Trice.
Tapit Trice living up to the expectations that he had set for himself in his recent performances. Now a Grade 1 winner following the Toyota Bluegrass success for Mandy Pope and Todd Pletcher. And Todd, again, same story, slow away from the gate going into that first turn. What was your mindset as that race developed out in front of him?
He didn't jump well, but then he gained a little momentum, and it got a little hairy going into the first turn. But when he was able to kind of secure that spot, Luis was able to take him out in the clear down the backside. It felt like that was the position we had hoped to get into, and once he got into that stride, I thought we were in good shape.
Is that just him? Is that going to be him moving forward, in your opinion, from what we've seen from him in these last two performances as far as leaving the starting gate?
Yeah, that's him. You know, we're not going to make him into a quick horse. The distances as they stretch out, we've always felt like will make him better.
Mile and a quarter. Looking forward to it?
I think it's right in his wheelhouse.
Congratulations, Todd.
Thank you.
Gabby?
As Louis, there was a jockey's objection coming down the stretch. What was your take on the stretch run?
Well, I just feel like I was riding Tapit Trice perfectly. We came and passed the other horse clear, and then when I was in front, I feel like somebody hit my horse from behind. I feel like the other guy tried to look for a chance and look for foul. That's what I feel like, because I don't feel like we never come down, and we keep the horse straight, and he win the race.
Talk a little bit about the backside. When you kind of made that early move, that seemed like a key point of the race.
Yeah, definitely, because first of all, we have a tough position, especially with him, because he kind of take a little while to get going. But in the first turn, we had the opportunity to put it in the clear, and I make a little move early because the pace was pretty slow, so I want to be right there behind the horse that we're supposed to beat. I know we got to beat everybody, but that was the horse to follow. So we was right there, and when he made the move, we was right on top of him.
Well done. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Scott?
Here with Mandy Pope, Anthony Beck of Gainesway, and start with you, Mandy. It felt like a sense of relief for you, and thanking Todd here as we stand on the Keeneland turf course. How much of a relief is it to get this horse a Grade 1?
It is so awesome. It's unbelievable for me. It's dreams come true and a lot of hard work from a lot of people.
What is it about this game that brings you back time and time again through the sales and various other endeavors in thoroughbred racing?
It's the determination that quality does pay off, and quality is worth all the effort. From pedigree to the physical, to the trainers, to the barn crew at each of our farms that raise the horses and break them. They're all quality people, and it's a quality effort, and hopefully quality continues up the road.
You ready to have one of the favorites for the Derby?
We'll have one of the favorites.
There's no question about it. Anthony, quick word from you to be involved with Mandy, with this horse, with your stallion Tapit as well. How would you sum up what we've seen so far from Tapit Trice?
Well, he's absolutely outstanding. It's wonderful to be partners with Mandy, and it's a great friendship. And we both love horses, and we both love the sport. Tapit has been an incredible stallion. You know, this is another one of his incredible horses. But I also want to thank John Fort, who selected Dancer Trace for me as a 2-year-old. You know, without that, we wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anthony Beck, Mandy Pope, Tapit Trice, Grade 1 winner, onto the Derby following his success in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th race upcoming. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is fast. No changes in race 10. Looking ahead to race 11, a reminder the turf is listed good. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 in that 11th race. Take out the also eligibles they did not draw into the race, 13 through 16. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Regimental Chris Landeros. 5, Regimental Chris Landeros. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, the Ellerslie allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 10. This starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, post time in 7 minutes.
Two more races left on this Saturday at Keeneland. Race number 10, first level allowance condition, 6 furlongs, so sprinters will be competing here in race number 10. There's the even money favorite, Squire Creek, son of Uncle Mo for Windstar Farm and Twin Creeks Racing, bred by Windstar Farm. He was flashy on debut. He ran in 1:10 flat, quick time, drew off and won by 6 1/4. There's nothing to knock about the performance. The time was quick. Just playing sort of sitting on the fence, devil's advocate, how you want to view it. Wicked again, the horse that he beat, ran in race number 2. Didn't come with much of a run for what it's worth, but this horse was in a different zip code in that race at Fairgrounds when they ran together.
The funny thing is, though, you kind of, hear word on the street sometimes with debuters, especially when they're 3-year-olds, and he was off a lot of people's radar, and I think that was kind of reflected in that he wasn't the favorite, and Wicked again was heavily bet in that event. But he had the perfect position of pressing Wicked again the entire way and then went on to kick clear. Really fast final time of 1:10 flat. And you can see him, Scott. He looks like an absolute tank. He is built like a sprinter and very strong. But now it's on the reverse. I think he's going to be pressed by Blue Light, and we'll see if he can overcome that challenge.
Let's go to Blue Light. Keeneland grad for Winchell Thoroughbreds, L&N Racing, bred by Rock Ridge Thoroughbreds. He was a debut winner at Fairgrounds. Not as fast, 1:10 3. Different day. Tracks can play differently over the course of a day, let alone many days removed from one another. But still, a performance that has to be respected in Irad Ortiz Jr. riding for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and what I like about him is that he dueled on the inside and still brushed off that challenge and then went on to win by over 2 lengths. So he could take it to him early and then still have enough left in the tank. And now, like I said, it's the reverse. Blue Light has the advantage of being on the outside of the other speed in Squire Creek. He's a long, leggy thing, too. Very attractive for trainer Steve Asmussen.
Gilcrease, 9-2 is his current odds. There's the son of More Than Ready for Columbine Stable, homebred for Columbine Stable. Ran into a good horse last time out who earned a 93 buyer in Venerable, so strong competition there. This is a son of More Than Ready that broke his maiden on the turf course on debut, but the numbers suggest that he might be a touch better, not a touch, maybe considerably better on dirt.
Yeah, Corey Lannery sticks to him today. He was aboard for that second place finish last time out. We're talking about final times at the 3/4 at the fairgrounds. Well, that final time was 109.2, so the fastest was of all 3 horses that we were talking about. And Gilcrease, I just wonder how he finds himself with the right type of trip. He has to sit behind the speed and hope that they tire themselves out.
Let's go to the horse that'll be drawn furthest to the outside, Nota. For John Terranova II. He hooked Kings Barnes in a Tampa race in the middle of February. Kings Barnes would win the Grade 2 Louisiana Derby in his next start. Now a couple of weeks back, one of 3 that Todd Pletcher has teed up for the Kentucky Derby. So obviously the competition was stiff. He was stretching out to a route that day. He cuts back in distance and gets Javier Castellano in the saddle. He's a massive price, 28-1.
I like him turning back in distance, and he was not catching the likes of Kings Barnes last time out in that allowance race at Tampa. He's a beautiful-looking horse, and he looks like a spirited horse as well, shipping in from some of those workouts at Tampa. So it looks like he made the ship really well, and he's conducting himself with a nice presence on the track today, especially at the price of 26-1.
Late daily double time, 11 race card. This is race 10, less than a minute to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, the Ellerslie. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Blue Light for the lead. Squire Creek kicks in now, down toward the rail. Squire Creek up the rail to take the lead by 3/4 of a length. Gilcrease is now second between horses. Blue Light goes third up on the outside. Uncle Headley is fourth. Libertango fifth. Nota 6 out in the center of the track. There goes Deer District, moving up a couple of spots from 7th up the rail into 4th, just over 2 lengths off the lead. And then further back, Frogtown is the trailer. Opening quarter went in 22.25 seconds. On to the far turn. Squire Creek is the leader, 3/4 of a length. And Gilcrease is second, the same margin. Blue Light starts to inch forward, a closer third up on the far outside. Top 3 start bunching for the lead. Deer District is fourth, just 2 from that front trio. Another length and a half back of that one then as they come for the top of the stretch to Uncle Headley, who's in the 5th position. Nota is 6th. They turn for home. Squire Creek has a narrow lead. Blue Light comes after Squire Creek again from the outside with a 16th to go here soon. And now Gilcrease has to change lanes out to 3rd, still 5 from the front, and a late charge from Deer District toward the rail, but still 3 from the front. They're all chasing Squire Creek, and Squire Creek has a 2-length advantage down to the line. Squire Creek, Florent Giroux to win it. Blue Light up for second at the expense of Deer District 3rd, and then Gilcrease.
Squire Creek delivering for Windstar Farm. Twin Creeks Racing. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, now 2 for 2 in his career, and another quick time, sub 111, 110 and 4, 110 and 89 100ths is what he completes the 3/4 of a mile here today at Keeneland.
Yeah, this horse can create his own trip just because of his natural speed, natural ability. He found himself forwardly placed under Florent Giroux, and it was really all said and done from there at 3 to 5. Really dug in to finish strongly in the end. The favorite gets the job done in the 10th.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 1, Squire Creek was first. Number 4, Blue Light second. Number 3, Deer District third. And number 2, Gilcrease was fourth. 1-4-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Ellerslie unofficial winner, number 1, Squire Creek, owned by Windstar Farm, LLC, of Kenny Trout, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stable, LLC, of Stephen Davison and Randy Galat, 4G Racing, LLC, Brent Gasaway, and Ron Ortel. The trainer is Brad Cox for his second winner on the card. The jockey is Florent Giroux. The results are now official. Squire Creek, a 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo out of Covenant by Spitestown. Winner bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute, 10.89 seconds. Results are official. 1-4-3-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Ellerslie Trophy presentation to the connections of Squire Creek. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 5 Regimental, Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros rides the 5 Regimental. Turf listed good.
This is the nightcap, 20 minutes to post, race number 11 on this Saturday card here at Keeneland. Do keep in mind we pause from racing tomorrow for Easter Sunday, but we'll be back at it with an 8-race card on Wednesday. So we look forward to getting back here on course for those 8 races here at Keeneland Racecourse to continue this wonderful spring meet in 2023. He's got swagger. That's who we're taking a look at right now. 4-1 on the board. This number 6 runner for Kenny McPeak, a colt by Temple City, who is a horse that ran against an eventual stakes winner on debut, then was runner-up in his most recent start. We've talked a lot about these fairgrounds turf races, seeing how they'll translate to the turf course here at Keeneland. I think he's a horse that can sit forward. Like we said, Gabby, for those that haven't heard us, don't look at the times or worry about the times. That was pretty standard. They're slow. Outside is where they ran those races with the rail being so far out. So I think that he's a big contender in here for Kenny at odds of 4-1.
Yeah, he put on 2 very solid performances against good groups of horses. Obviously, that first race was very good against Wonderful Justice, which made him the heavy favorite when he came back in his subsequent start at 80 cents to the dollar. He found himself a little bit more forwardly placed last time out, and I think with the added distance out at 1 1/8, Brian can really put him anywhere he wants. I think forwardly placed, though, is probably where he might choose to be.
You've got My Boy Tony, the number 4 horse on top for Downtown Bloodstock. Eddie Keneally, Declan Cannon gets the ride here today. This is a Noble Mission gelding trying turf for the first time. Pedigree's there for turf and this distance.
It is, and I thought he ran really well first time out. He was a big long shot that day, 16-1. It was a slow pace. It wasn't very quick at Turfway, but he had a break from that outermost post position, post 10 of 10, and outbreak the entire field, established that forward position, and he still hung on to finish third by 3/4 of a length. I thought that was a strong performance, and if he can even take a step forward, coming to a surface that he's bred to like, why not at 9-1?
The 3 Operation Torch for Joseph Allen, bred by Joseph Allen, colt by Warfront, and out of a first stand by the name of Photograph, who has produced 5 winners from her 8 runners to date, including 2 stakes winners. Colt is very well related. Good runner-up performance on debut. Fast pace that day. Probably, I mean, there's no way that he gets that kind of speed early on to chase, but maybe he sits a little bit closer. And obviously, it looks like a horse based on the way that he finished off that race that the 1 1/8 distance shouldn't bother him. And 7-2 is a square price on a Shug McGahee trainee.
I found in general, and I know we can't come to too many conclusions with just about 2 race cards into the spring meet, but whether it be on the turf or the dirt, I think the Florida form has been very strong, so you obviously have to pay attention to those Gulfstream races. And this race in particular, that was a very good race at Gulfstream last time out.
And then Mondego on the inside, post 1 for Cheyenne Stables, Christophe Clement, a Lope de Vega colt who showed speed from post 1 on debut. Speaking of Gulfstream Park, won 1 1/8. Actually went fairly quick for a distance of 1 1/8. Much like the discussion with Operation Torch for myself, would be shocked to see 46 1/2 that he was able to establish in that race. But nonetheless, a good race to build off of. And he's the 5-2 favorite right now, as Joel Rosario will ride this son of Lope de Vega, who we've seen plenty of these.
American surface, and he's out of that Dan Silly mare, Free Reign, as well. So bred top and bottom to handle the surface. He ran very well first time out, and I think they'll probably try to employ the same tactics today from that rail post position. He lost to a horse named Baby Billy, and for what it's worth, he did come back to finish 7th in the Jeff Ruby.
Turf listed is good for the nightcap. The final race on this Saturday here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Mockmer Hall. Maiden special weight for 3-year-olds, 1 1/8 over the turf, which is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 5 Regimental, Chris Landeros. 5 Regimental, Chris Landeros. 7 minutes to post.
Less than 5 minutes away from the 11th and final at Keeneland Racecourse. Mondego, the number 1 horse, is who we see on the screen right now, warming up on the far turn, if I'm not mistaken. A son of Lope de Vega, who we mentioned in our discussion, paddock side, as now he warms up for this nightcap and second race of his career.
When I look at him on the track, Scott, compared to the rest of the competition, he has a lot of size to him, which I like. He just looks like a very strong individual. He is a May foal, which means that he's not even 3 yet, technically. But he just seems like, in the fact that he did show so much speed and so much precocity in his first start, I think is a very good sign that this horse is going to take a big step forward today.
If you're a fan of pedigrees, take a look at Wim Hof and his pedigree. Son of Ghost Sapper out of that wonderful race filly, Informed Decision. That's the mother of this gelding. Debuted, finished 6th, and comes back here today to go a little bit further, and we'll see if he's able to handle the added distance with Vince Chaminade in the saddle.
Yeah, and talking about Informed Decision, the brood mare, she was a 3-time Grade 1 winner. She made over $2.2 million in her earnings. And looking at Wim Hof in the post-grade, he was a little feisty when he first came out here to the track, but I like to see that he settled down nicely.
We move on to the number 5 horse.
11.
Number 11, excuse me, as we wind down here on this Saturday. The 11-horse Collier's Time for Lothenbach Stables, Klimt Gelding, who is a $95,000 Keeneland September sales graduate. The 11 is who we'll be talking about in a moment as we look at the number 5 horse, Regimental, the colt by English Channel for Rusty Arnold and Calumet Farm. Rider change on the 5, make it Chris Landeros. But this is a colt that Tom Leach wanted to point towards. Pick of the day, his long shot pick of the day. And he's 16-1 on the board right now, gets Lasix for the first time here this afternoon. And we talk about this quite often when we get a chance still to see these English Channel pedigrees. They tend to get better each and every time that they go out to the course, and especially when they get a little bit more age on them. So we'll see how Regimental handles here this nightcap, start 3 of his career.
And he has absolutely no speed, though, Scott. I could see him maybe making a move and being a factor in the very late stages of the race. I do think that this distance is probably more suitable than the mile on the turf in which he debuted.
And there's Collier's Time, the 11 horse, 20-1. Surface changed for him. 3 runs, all on dirt. Tries turf for the first time, the son of Klimt. No evidence of turf success on the family side, the dam side, family side, but gets Lasix for the first time. And you've always got to pay attention to horses making surface switches. It's a popular angle that can be utilized to find some big prices. Less than 5 minutes to post, race 11 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Mockmer Hall. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Mondego from the inside with Operation Torch showing some early speed as well. Decanted starts moving up from the center of the course. Operation Torch comes to the front now, and here's Decanted to move on by carefully. out of a crowd of horses heading to the first turn. Decanted has the lead now. My Boy Tony goes in the second position. Scat 2-Tap, third up on the outside. Operation Torch gets the shuffle back into fourth, but will save ground against the rail around the first turn. Wim Hof is fifth on the outside. Mondego is now toward the center of the pack against the rail in sixth. Fix It with Forward is seventh. He's got swagger, save ground around the turn, but is in the eighth position. Augustus Blue is in ninth. Lincoln Highway 10th. Regimental is 11th. And Collier's time is last of the 12. 23.67 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Decanted is the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch. Decanted leads it by nearly 2 lengths. Scat 2-Tap is second by 3 lengths. My Boy Tony goes third a length and a half. Operation Torch is fourth. Wim Hof is fifth. Mondego sixth toward the inside. Nearly 7 lengths from the lead. 47.25 seconds for the first half mile. Decanted leads the field to the far turn, only by a length though. And here's Scat 2-Tap moving up just off the leader's flank in second. Gap of 3 lengths. My Boy Tony. Then Operation Torch. Now Operation Torch goes to the outside, fourth to third to second, and is beginning to pick up the leader. Decanted with a quarter mile to go. So Decanted has the lead a length. Here's Operation Torch now starting to draw alongside. My Boy Tony drops back. Mondego getting shook loose late is still in fourth, and Wim Hof is fifth. That pair 8 from the front. Operation Torch the leader. Final furlong, Operation Torch by 2 lengths, drawing clear from Decanted, and then My Boy Tony and Mondego. It is Operation Torch for Irad Ortiz Jr. That'll give him 3 wins on the day. Operation Torch has won the nightcap. It's going to be close for runner-up, either My Boy Tony or Decanted for that runner-up spot in 1 minute 48.89.
Operation Torch, one of the favorites here in the nightcap, prevails. The colt by Warfront lived up to what we saw from him on debut and then some as he spurts away from this group for Shug McGahee, Joseph Allen, and Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, he set the perfect trip just sitting behind the pace. Irad Ortiz Jr. with 3 wins on today's card. It was a good day for the jockey. Congratulations to the Connections. Operation Torch, the winner of the finale.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. Number 3, Operation Torch, was first. Number 4, My Boy Tony, was second. Number 8, Decanted, third. Number 1, Mondego, fourth. Number 7, Lincoln Highway, fifth. 34817, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th race, unofficial winner of the Mockmer Hall number 3 Operation Torch, owned and bred in Kentucky by Joseph Allen LLC of Joseph Allen, trained by Shug McGahee. 3 wins today for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Operation Torch, a 3-year-old son of Warfront, out of photograph by Unbridled Song. Mile and an eighth. Over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 48.89 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mockmer Hall trophy presentation to the connections of Operation Torch. We apologize for the tote delay. Results of Keeneland's 11th race are now official. 3-4-8-1-7, the official results. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and there will be a carryover when live racing resumes on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, a carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. That'll be $9,322. Again, live racing resumes here on Wednesday. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.